Camera? Are you... Camera? Hello? Hi. Hey, I don't have time. Please, listen to me. Hang on, let me see if it'll reset the autofocus. My camera needs glasses. Hang on. Maybe this will help. Unironically, kind of a little, right? I don't know. I'm blind now, so I can't see. Also, you see how dirty my fucking glasses are. Oh, what? It did work. Dude, that's it. I'm gonna become a fucking optometrist. I'm gonna fix eyes for a living. How are we doing? It is the last base game case. The last base game case in Apollo Justice. There's still the DLC case after this, apparently. But I'm gonna try and get through this last case today. We started it yesterday a little bit. I think we got like maybe 3 hours in. But yesterday I was hella pooped. So today we're gonna try and finish it. It might be a long stream. I make no promises. I might get hungry and disappear. But if I do not, it'll be a pogging stream for the ages. Now? God, it's good. God, it's good music, the intro. The characters suck, the story's not great, but the music is good. Anyway, Turnabout Revolution, it's trial day. And we are going up against Phoenix Wright. It's a crazy situation, guys. Apollo Justice versus Phoenix Wright. They had to make bad bitches fight. As a bit of a recap, both for your benefit and mine, because I have forgotten a little bit. Yes, very cool. This orb, the founder's orb of the Kingdom of Khura'in, was in the hands of this doctor in the village of Khura'in, which is in the US or wherever it is that we live, not in the Kingdom of Khura'in. And it's kind of weird because it's the founding relic of Khura'in, and no one is supposed to lay eyes on it. The royal family are the only ones that know what it looks like. Everyone else don't know. The fact that this doctor had it, pretty weird, especially because Apollo's adoptive father / leader of the Defiant Dragons, the Revolutionaries, says they didn't steal it, and he suspects the royal family themselves stole it. And so we're trying to figure out what's the deal with this founder's orb, not least of all because Sergeant Buff, which is the this guy's son. Actually, I don't know why I started talking about him. This guy is actually the one I'm interested in. Politician. Ace Attorney name, strike again, indeed. But his name is Politician. And he is convinced that this founder's orb is called the Crystal of Amife, and that apparently it belongs to his family. And that it's been in this country for a long time, but it never was in Khura'in, or at least not for a long time. So my present theory is that the family, the Fae family that came over here and established the village of Khura'in is the one that was originally the royal family, which is why they can channel spirits. Because traditionally only the royal family can channel spirits in the Kingdom of Khura'in. They are the actual original royal family. And I'm gonna bet that the royal family that is there right now just kind of maybe kicked them out or whatever and installed themselves in. And they were having this orb explored because supposedly when you solve this riddle, the founder bestows the greatest power known, which is to say it is suspected that if you can solve the riddle and crack the secret behind this orb, you gain immense spiritual power. On par with Ami Fae. or on par with the founder, I suppose, which I'm gonna guess is Amy Faye, or maybe was someone else. I don't know. We crack the riddle now. We're for sure gonna. Don't even fret. But I think the royal family of the Kingdom of Khura'in was having the orb studied because they wanted that spiritual power, because they themselves don't have spiritual power, or they don't have that much spiritual power. Which means if you ask them to channel someone, which they are supposed to be able to do as the royal family, they would not be able to. I'm not going to take sides, right? Because we're going against Phoenix. Because we are representing our adoptive father, saying that this orb is the founder's orb and that it belongs to us because the professor who was in possession of it agreed to transfer it to us and we have it in writing. Whereas Phoenix is defending politician because Paul hired him and he didn't know about it and he just kind of was like, all right, fuck it, we ball. And I was like, yeah, we ball. Because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. Yeah, it's alright. This is all my fault. Oh. I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Paul. This is a professional thing. Their family line wasn't disowned. You are disowned nobility? Holy crap. That's crazy. But why were y'all disowned? If it's not too crazy, you know. Maintain TOS, but why were y'all disowned? We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. Really? Sure, 1 minute we're trading blows, the next we're having drinks together. Simple creatures at heart. I'm yawning a lot today. Oh no. Sorry I'm late. Athena is on my side. I ended up going to the wrong airport. Yeah. Thinking his flight was really late, and before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. Damn, did you rack up a huge parking bill? You may have. Being late and dozing off are the two things you do best. An ancestor daughter of a duke ran away with a butler to marry. Boomed his own. Wait, that's so romantic. Y'all should sell the rights to that story to make like a little freaking movie. Like in this post Wuthering Heights economy, that's gonna go crazy, right? I think you have no idea what today's case is about. Nope. All right, let's get the recap. Suspect with a flimsy alibi. Ooh, a dying message. Strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case. It's not a murder case. Civil case? Yeah. Right, anything agency specializes in criminal law, or so I thought. Civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Correct. The other attorney is someone you know very well. Really, who? Oh, she does not know. Damn. Paula, wait, who's the other attorney? Just come over, you'll see. No time to explain. There is time to explain, but it's really fucking funny to not tell her. And she's on our side. It's the old generation versus the young, huh? All rise. My shirt is crooked. Oh no. Here we go. I gotta look my best. I'm about to go fight my mentor. Yep. Made him my dad, so we could make something work. Do it. Hell yeah. A mock trial, perhaps? Why would we get you in for a mock trial, Your Honor? It's the real deal, Your Honor. You do not have had a falling out. Nah, it's just a professional thing. Just so happens we have different clients in this case. Aw, the judge is a good guy. Sure, this is a good idea. What? We're just gonna find. We both want to find the truth. Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Yikes. Do you even have witnesses in a civil case like this, or is it just present evidence we're done? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. The kid gloves are off. Come what may, they'll stay off. It's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Get 'em. I don't mind a good fight between co-workers. Just keep this civil case civil. I was about to make the civil joke, but then they did it. Damn. The plaintiff would take the stand. We may begin. Not in the fucking palanquin, dude. This is not making you seem approachable. Noble judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am politician. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I'm trying to channel, I don't know if you have those, the sharpener guys. Back home, I don't know if it happens so much these days. Back when I was a kid, there was el afilador, the sharpener. And they just go around town blasting loud ass over speakers. It's like cuchillos, tijeras, cualquier instrumento, el afilador ha llegado, lo va a afilar. And they just kind of start really fucking blasting really loud. Why would you wonder that? Don't slander my guy. He's not a, we don't like him, but don't do him like that. But yeah, we get this guy that just goes around in a motorcycle with a whetstone and just starts freaking doing that. Too long have they been looked down on and given the cold shoulder. So to them I say, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what you can do for me. It's my custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it? Nope. You're a witness stand, not a campaign podium. Come out of there this instant. Damn right. Please explain the complaint filed against the defendant. This judge is also a civil case judge. The defendant, one dark sad Maddie, stole my client's family heirloom, the crystal of Ami Faye. Mr. Etition merely seeks its return. Let's have your opening statement, if you would. Defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Khura'in. Yeah. Seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Khura'inese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. Very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Khura'in several weeks ago. More than several weeks. The orb had been taken longer before then. It was just the box that was a theft attempt. Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. Indeed. Theft of a Khura'inese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom. It was not in fact a theft in the traditional sense, but rather that it was spirited out of Khura'in by someone for Dr. Buff to study. Around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently the doctor wanting nothing to do with it once he'd learned it had been stolen. Yeah, Mr. Sadmadi also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Khura'in once the doctor verified it was the real thing. And I think it is both things. But also, the Founder's Orb, wasn't it unearthed 8 years ago, I thought? Yeah. The name Dark Sad Maddie sounds awfully familiar. It's probably your imagination. Yeah. He's not a wanted criminal. Don't worry, Your Honor. Don't worry, your pretty little bald head. If you think too hard, your beard will fall off too. In Crane. Here, he's just a tourist. Yeah. Bailiff. Wackus BP. We do get witnesses. Emma Sky? I don't think that's Emma Sky. That is. Why'd we get the long shot on the dogs? Why'd we get the fucking? Why did it just fucking stay on there? It was just like, damn, dude. Show some manners. We're in court. This is a civil trial. I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. Uh-oh. First, you know I'm not just a detective, I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. You owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. What, to go after him? I'm not going against him because of some moral situation. I just have a client and he has a client. Yeah, I'm really just trying to do my job, yeah. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Yeah, Emma would always take Phoenix's side, though. Yeah, we just want to get paid. This is a good fucking payday for the agency. Phoenix is getting his pay, I'm getting my pay. And no matter what happens, it's a win for the agency. I've had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. Just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fey clan. The doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. For the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence. He didn't ever got paid. What do you mean? He doesn't do all of this shit pro bono. Is a thief. There's no proof of that. Hat burglar isn't something he'd put on his resume. He was more careful than that. He was a classic treasure hunter. This is crazy because Maya was away from the Fae clan, and while she was away, the statue of Ami Fae and the urn of Ami Fae were just stolen. Pearl, you've got some explaining to do. Out of respect for the dead, I will say Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. He only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. Okay. He would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. Honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. Larceny is larceny. Yeah, that is true. Really did moonlight in stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder's Orb in Karain and brought it back here himself? He couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone. Why is Phoenix fucking confident all of a sudden? Phoenix isn't fucking stammering. He's not going by the seat of his pants. He had Emma do research for him. Why doesn't he do that shit when I'm piloting him, huh? Yeah, I know. When Mr. Wright said the kid gloves were off, he wasn't kidding. Apparently. You may proceed with your cross-examination. Okay, I'm gonna just start pressing, because I don't know if I have any evidence, really, that points to or the accuser's buff. Honestly, it's just, if you're standing on that side of the courtroom, it just kind of gives you a little extra, a little something something. Glowing moss, raincoat, email. I've yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. From 2PAW711. PAW. Wait, also, just making sure what icons he has on his desktop in case those happen to actually be evidence somehow. His glasses. He needs them to read. The layout. This stairs which go up and then back, and then there's these spiral stairs that go back down. So it's like to get in, you have to go up one set of stairs and then down one set of stairs, which is a little weird. There's the crime scene photo. Okay. He got OneDrive on his computer. I bet he does because he doesn't know how to disable it. Good night. I fucking hate OneDrive because I keep thinking shit is on my computer, but it's on the cloud. Number of stolen artifacts. You sure these allegedly... I bet there's also some shit in the OneDrive terms of service that's like, we also get to scan all your documents and use them to train AI or some shit. You sure these allegedly stolen artifacts are the real deal? They're not fakes, that's for sure. Okay. Design cracks and other features would be impossible to replicate perfectly because it's been broken so many times. I was shocked to see it there in the doctor's study. Without a doubt, that urn was stolen from the fake clan. Yeah. It has the pink splotches and everything. That urn's been fucking through it.
Hold it!
Any other stolen artifacts found besides those belonging to the Fays? Yes. Okay. Dinosaur. That large relief was a stolen artifact. How did he fucking mount it up there? Also, I love the scroll with the gravy on it, or the curry, I guess, depending on who you looking at this. Chiseled out of some ancient ruin in the kingdom of Karain several years ago. Damn. Didn't that damage it? He did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them. He intended to return it someday, so he could say his intentions were good. Yeah. With respect for the deceased, yeah. Quality of the restoration was exceptional. He was very, very into... Got it.
Hold it!
He really just had a lot of love for the game, but, you know, ends justify the means type thinking. Are these alleged thefts been going on for some time? At least 5 years. Okay. He only moved to the Karain village 6 months ago. Before moving to Karain village, he had been stealing from ruins around the world. Does that compute? Didn't he work at a university, or was he like an Indiana Jones type guy? Yeah, he likely stole it from the Attition residence. Claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. Prove it. Police report was filed concerning the theft 1 year ago. Does it describe the artifact? August 25th of last year, to be exact. The crystal of Ami Faye was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked. All Attition Wimperson. Wimperson? Certainly lends the plaintiff's claim credence. The founder's orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. Believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be 2 separate items. No, the orb could have been stolen before then. Yeah. Not that he inspires confidence without it. I'd probably do the same. Okay, robbery report. That's good. I need to check that in the court record. Uh-huh. Crystal of Amife was discovered to be missing from the Etitian storehouse. Again, I feel like their case stands on fucking nothing, because nowhere in the report does it describe the orb. I can say, you know, my car was stolen a year ago. And then I show up and I'm like, hey, that's my car that was stolen a year ago. And they're going to be like, oh, fuck. Oh, no. Where, you know, I didn't tell them, oh, my car is red. My car is a coupe. My car is this brand, this model. It's like, you know, if you don't say anything like that, you can't just show up and be like, that's mine. Because I said a car was stolen from me. The theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago. The Crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. I don't know if that suggests that. Something we learned in that police report is important somehow. Okay, something we learned in that police report. Song of Ceremony, the box containing the Founder's Orb. That will come to no harm. Doesn't say when this email was sent. Okay. Report filed a year ago by one Mr. Politician Wimperson for the theft of the Crystal of Amife from the Etitian storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked. Something we learned is important? Research notes 21. Doesn't say anything about dates. Because I'm assuming the dates are the relevant thing here. Just looking at the picture of my father and bawling my fucking eyes out. It looks like a moon. It's honestly very pretty. Is this blood on the base, or is it just kind of rust or something? Could be rust. At 10 a.m. Okay. Okay. Statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. The doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. Theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago, but we don't have any evidence as to that fact, though. Crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. Yes. Suggests the stolen relic is the Crystal of Amife, as Mr. Etitian Wimperson asserts. Apparently. And now the police report is a fake. No, it's for real. It was a year ago. Something we learned in that police report. At 10 a.m. Is it something about 10 a.m.? Because I don't know if we have something like that relating to 10 a.m. being relevant. Report of his research again, but that's not really an email from over a year ago or anything, which would exonerate us. Doctor couldn't read anything. Agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. Archie buff. Nothing. Song of Ceremony. The box containing the Founder's Orb. Wait, hang on. Do I need to press this is like the one statement I haven't pressed. Chalk it up to good old-fashioned sleuthing. After investigating countless artifact thefts, police finally zeroed in on him, and the doctor became their prime suspect. They started right around the time the doctor moved there. There's nothing concrete linking him to the crime. We weren't able to get a search warrant in the first place. It's hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. The doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. He likely stole it from the Attician residence. I am so stuck from the get-go. On Mr. Politician Wimperson, the theft of the crystal of Amife. You want a hint? Hang on. I want to try and logic. My brain is a little slow. It'll pick up. The glowing moss and the raincoat are not going to be relevant here. This is also, I don't think, relevant. Glasses are not relevant. And over the founder's orb to define dragons, it will come to no harm. Like, okay, hang on. Had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. If they did have their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time, including years ago, wouldn't they have been monitoring him? I think I know what to do. I thought you'd played this. There's that. There's also... Not sure if I'm ahead of the game on this one. Ah, I see what you mean. I mean, this game does have that feature where if I mess presenting, I think twice, it'll just tell me which statement I'm supposed to present things on. This Matama period, like Matama motif from Kurain's founding period, maybe could be something to be like, no, this is from Kurain. But I think that's not necessarily under dispute that it is from Kurain. I've had their eyes on him for some time. Okay.
Objection!
That's not it. That's not it. Just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fey clan. Doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. Likely stole it. I'm just gonna present the police statement on this, and then we will see.
Objection!
Also not it. Uh-oh. Do I get advice now? I can. I can just consult. And it'll just be like, this is the statement that sounds a little fishy. Yeah, he likely stole it from the Attician residence, they're saying. Yeah, but the doctor hid it in the ruins before his untimely death. Do I need to present the research notes and be like, it has the motif from Kurain founding period? Or what else are we talking about? The email? Again, I don't think that's really relevant. It doesn't really say anything about that. It might be the research notes.
Objection!
No. Uh-oh. Never present evidence before you have a good grasp of the situation. Just burn down the kitchen. I genuinely don't see how do we have anything that contradicts this. He likely stole it from the Attition residence. Do I just present the national treasure itself? It doesn't really say anything because they're saying it's a different thing. Stole it from the Attition residence. The wrong thing in the police report. Missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse locked had been picked. The crystal of Ami-Fae. Do I just have to present this and be like, this is not the crystal of Ami-Fae? Because that's like, that's bullshit, right? That's kind of the whole point of the dispute. Discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked. The lock being picked doesn't necessarily mean anything because we don't know about people who can and can't pick locks, I don't think. I just present the fucking orb?
Objection!
No. I have no fucking clue, man. I'm gonna burn down the fucking kitchen, for real. I have 1 health left. What is happening? He likely stole it from the Attition residence. Apollo going up against Phoenix and crashing and burning day 1. Day fucking 1, by the way. I'm still... There's only one thing. What? The crystal of Ami-Fae, okay, was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. Is it the fact that it's the storehouse and not the residence? Because that doesn't really mean anything. That it happened at 10 a.m. I don't think that means anything either, because we can't prove where the motherfucker was at 10 a.m. in fucking August 25th a year ago. Tunnel vision. On what? There's literally one thing. Robbery report. I'm just gonna... Okay, I'm gonna wipe my mind. Open my third eye. And I'm gonna look at everything as though I am a newborn. It is the first time I am seeing these things. Okay. Robbery report. A report filed a year ago by one Mr. Politician Wimperson for the theft of the crystal of Ami-Fae. Okay. The report was filed a year ago. The crystal of Ami-Fae was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked. Paul Attition Wimperson. I'm sorry, I feel like none of that information is relevant. Okay, for the camera and microphone, sure. Just put the fries in the bag. There's no fries and no bag. I just present my attorney's badge. Listen. Oh my, the fucking email, you mean? PAW, is that it? Politician Wimperson. That's it?
Objection!
Fuck, dude. Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. That is insane. I know I said, listen, the puzzles. I know I said, listen, the puzzles haven't been that hard. I know I said the puzzles haven't been that hard. But they didn't have to pick the last case to go, like, typically with these games, difficulty curve goes, you know? In this one, it was, like, just suddenly, dude. That's crazy. I wasn't ready for that. Also, this is a really flimsy argument. PAW. That could mean anything. Contains an email from the doctor's computer. You don't know about USB drives, dude. Stick here can store all sorts of computer data. Just look at the fucking email. Doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. Police report Detective Sky presented. Paul Attition Wimperson. The plaintiff's full legal name is Paul Attition Wimperson. Consider this. The email's recipient address starts with 3 letters. PAW. But I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than Paul Attition Wimperson. He wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. How could this possibly be the crystal of Ami Faye? This is weak as fuck. This is weak as fuck. This, in any actual court of law, gets fucking laughed out. You never checked the doctor's emails? Plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's scare. Hello, Rune. What is Phoenix up to? He is against us in this case right now. Because we have the Founder's Orb from Kurain. That was sort of the thing that we were looking for. But he just happened to get hired by this guy, Politician, who is claiming that this orb is the crystal of Ami Faye and it's belonged to his family for a long time. Whereas we are defending our adoptive father, the leader of the Defiant Dragons, who's saying it's the founding orb, not the crystal of Ami Faye. The behest of his benefactor. I have all the details of the theft right here. The real crystal of Ami Faye. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually a stolen crystal. Again, I'm pretty sure if you have to report something stolen, you have to report what it looks like. It's not the crystal of Ami Faye. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. How are you so certain PAW refers to my client's initials? So let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Come to the stand. Suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job. What is your birthday? It's gonna be June 11th, isn't it? My birthday, it's July 11th. You can address birthday gifts to my office. No, it's 7-Eleven, dude. $1,000 or more. You mean less, surely, if you're a politician. Otherwise, that's fully a bribe. He said July 11th. Or rather, 7-Eleven matches the numbers in the email address. Both the name and birthday are a match, not a coinkydink. Why, you sneaky little... What, you didn't realize? I would like to say that it is quite, quite a thing you've said. Any other thoughts? No further comments. I stand by my previous statement. You made no previous statement. Hey, where are you going? Get back here. I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. With Chainsaw Man, I don't know. I haven't really been keeping up with it, but a friend just texted me that it's over, and I was like, huh? Would you care to respond for your client? I won't argue your assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. Seems that much is a fact. Okay. Did it just end, like, out of nowhere? However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership. Because it's over. But was it a bad ending? Or was if it was fine, then it's fine. Fully understand your position. You had to hide the fact you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they had found out. Well, right, of course, but then he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Etitian family heirloom and has been for centuries. Dr. Buff was so eager to study his proud heritage, I just couldn't say no.
Objection!
Yeah, the whackering of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give what you claim to be the crystal of Amife to that person. I was going to explain everything to my grandfather later, honest. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt he, a kindly old man, would have said no. That's what grandfathers are for. Damn. That's why he entrusted me with this very important name placard today. Uh-huh. Wow. I'm sure you would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit. Is his name Abe because of Shinzo Abe, or what the fuck is that about? He's going on about his own grandchild. Yeah. Can I leave now? I believe my work here is done. Nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around. Bye-bye. We got a long shot of Emma's feet earlier for no apparent reason. Mr. Retition Wimperson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Buff. Cool, yeah. Yeah. Tell me about the crystal of Amife. Describe it in detail. Let's hear all your client knows about it. Please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin. Okay. Now then, listen and learn. This is the tale of the crystal of Amife and the illustrious history of the Etitian clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country when the Etitian family reigned supreme. Okay, yeah, it's gonna go fucking on. The illustrious history of the Etitian clan. My ancestor was praised. It was an establishing shot starting from the bottom, but it did linger at her feet for like 4 seconds before going up. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Amife gave the crystal she had especially made as a gift to him. I'm a descendant of that great lord. Such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history. Okay, so immediately I'm like, the orb has designs from the Karain founding period. So, I don't actually think it was specially made for him. From the Lost Lace theme. Maybe. I've kind of forgotten the Lost Lace theme at this point. It's an heirloom of the esteemed House of Etitian. Proof. I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, one Ives Shineto. One Ives Shinet? Ives Shine? Ives Shine to? I don't know what it's supposed to mean. The Etitian showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad. Apparently. Mr. Justice? Would you care to explain that statement to the judge? Uh-huh. Never underestate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. Find Mr. Ives Shine-Tooth's statement to be perfectly credible. Okay, okay. Definitely a trick I want up my sleeve. Yeah, but why is Phoenix suddenly competent? Suddenly. When we were going up against Simon, and Simon was getting the judge on his side, Phoenix had no fucking clue he was a bumbling idiot the whole time. He's praised as a benevolent ruler. Uh-huh. Yeah. Gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him.
Hold it!
When was Simon? Previous game. Game 2. So then it was made in Japan. That's right. They said she hired a famous craftsman to make it. And they say it's quite valuable, too. Just give it to your patron, yeah. That's so typical of you ignorant common types. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about. Furthermore, I am a descendant of that great lord. Yeah, yes, you and your family. I'm gonna drop a quick save because I did use up all of my health on the first one. Present. I'm gonna present the research note from the founding period.
Objection!
Yeah, that was it. I stated Ami Fei had the crystal made for your ancestor. So am I to assume it was made in Japan? That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there. If you take a closer look at the...
Take that!
Yep. Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buff, it's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Karain. Here, this piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the founder's orb. Mitama motif. Same pattern as the one found on the orb. Yeah, they are the same. Therefore, I assert the disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Karain. He cracked it.
Objection!
The Karain channeling technique originated in the Kingdom of Karain. Ami Fei is known to have traveled there to train. Wants to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her. Clearly, a Karainese design, not even you can deny. Possibility it was made there in the Kingdom of Karain. Yeah, but possibilities are kind of, yeah, anything's possible. That doesn't make it true. You can't conclude the orb is from Karain based solely on that pattern. I could just as easily say it's Japanese. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. That also means there's no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan. Well, to begin with, you know, these MFers haven't been... Again, they just showed up and said, this used to be mine. I could do that with anything, to anyone, at any point. Any evidence that could break this? That this was made in Karain. What if it was just in the fucking background of my dad's photo? Not this. Research notes, but again, this is what we just used, so it wouldn't be this. This is not it. The email? This and this, I don't think are anything. Evidence that can break the stalemate exists or doesn't exist. I don't know if it exists, to be honest. The Sarge's drone. I've yet to crack the riddle. Would it be the email talking about the riddle? Because the founder's orb has the riddle. This is linked to a riddle. I'm gonna try that. I just gotta be saving before anything because I'm gonna lose all of my power. I'd like to present a piece of evidence to the court. Okay.
Take that!
I don't think that's it. What if I go through and I lose? It's just gonna let me go back to. It's just gonna let me go back to this exact moment. Fine dragons have failed to sufficiently show their right to the item. Therefore, ownership is hereby awarded to the plaintiff, Mr. Politician. Okay. Crazy. And then it's over. Yeah. The dream of revolution in the kingdom of Khura'in died that day, and we returned to our daily lives. Some of my relationship with Mr. Right. Awkward comes to mind. Let's just say it was never really the same. Am I getting an actual bad ending right now? Holy. We don't have any evidence that could break this stalemate. Do we? I don't think we do. Let's look at evidence that could be relevant. The orb itself, of course. It was hidden in the ruins. Sure. Picture of my biological father, Joe Justice. Nothing there about that. Nothing here about that. Diagram of the doctor's study. Afford to say yeah. That is true. If I say no, it's just gonna be like, okay. Not at this point. Unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere. He put it back together with tape. Ah, that's much better. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? Okay, so the answer was no. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? The Orb Transfer Agreement, which states I agreed to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. If the last pass suggests this was written under duress. That would render the agreement null and void, exactly. While you were on your little cave expedition, I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident. You're saying it's a murder. His accident might have actually been murder. The doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons. Yes, but follow me. That's my adoptive father you're accusing of murder, Phoenix. Tread fucking lightly. Books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology self. Was a single volume on psychology. Yeah, oh, that's the bloody one and coffee-stained one. The books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, archaeology. He kept his archaeology books in the top shelf? I figure that's the one he would use the most. They should be like this height. We know this because the doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. So A all the way to the top? The shelves were arranged quite carefully, yeah. Psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. Why? A book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books. The doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf. To make it look like an accident, He was buried under a mountain of archaeology
Objection!
books. Do you have proof it was murder? Oh? On a hunch, had Detective Sky examine the doctor's head wound. She'd been struck by the corner of some object or another. Could have been struck by the book. The wound makes it crystal clear Dr. Buck was murdered. See, he doesn't do this shit when I'm playing as Phoenix. Pull the ladder right out from under us, yeah. What makes you think it was the Defiant Dragons?
Objection!
Yeah. Did you forget? All I do is make baseless accusations. Didn't actually think I'd come to court without witnesses and evidence, did you? Yes, it's what you do all the time. Since when do you not do that? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. That's a rebel. I'm a little hungry. Hang on. We're eating fucking good, guys. We're eating good. Right to the orb? What do you mean right to the orb? Oh. That's the end of our client's right to the orb. Yeah, indeed. Why is Phoenix it's not, there's no prosecution, because it's a civil case. We're only just now talking about murder, but it was just a civil case, so it's just two attorneys talking about orbs. Yeah, this up his sleeve the whole time. He may have. Love talking about orbs. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, you're just seeing me fucking cram chips into my mouth. 1 second. 1 second. Orb. I must mention, Mr. Wright, you have yet to identify the murder weapon. Exactly. Likely dispose of it elsewhere. Was struck in the head by the corner of an object. 10 to 11 p.m. Cerebral hemorrhaging after being struck in the back of the holy. It's just gonna accumulate more and more sort of patch up. That's kind of a good sort of metaphor for the politician's reputation being damaged, you know. That's pretty cute. Prepare to be dazzled, he says. The rebel's crime. I was walking alone, lost in thought. Of course, meditating, as politicians do. Mr. A Rebel, sure. Running out the front door. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of this crime. Vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you. Yeah, whatever. I want to hear about him running out the front door, because this place has a really fucked up layout. That's a rebel. What in the world were you doing? A Minecraft server? We have a Minecraft server. You know about this. No. Mr. Rebel was loitering about Karain Village that day. His suitcase was there. He must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Your Honor, Mr. Rebel just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today, so we can bring him over. I'm checking the audio levels when I chew, because sometimes it shows up. What are you doing this to me? Phoenix Wright is a fucking mercenary, dude. He's just allegiant to whatever his latest client is. Counsel / defense may question the plaintiff / witness once more. This is a civil case turning into a murder case as we speak. Okay. Well, talk to me about the time. He was running out the front door. Tell me about that. Who would have thought he'd killed Dr. Buff? Not me. That's why I didn't report him. Yeah, sure. It's an important test. Everything that we can add is important. Okay. No idea. Dr. Buff was dead. That's why I didn't call the police. By the doctor's house, and that's when I saw him. Do I present the house layout here to be like, if you saw the main entrance? Is this the... No, this is the entrance, not this. Well, like, if you were seeing the main entrance, you were probably seeing inside. Is that what we're trying to say? Let's press on this first. Like, where were you when you saw it? You knew nothing about what had happened. Of world peace. Earnest attitude and industrious nature. You think that's how all politicians will be from now on? Oh, Athena, you have no fucking clue. I'm gonna present the house layout.
Objection!
Apparently not. Do we not have something about someone calling the police? But that was this morning, and we don't even have evidence to it. Okay. No, that wasn't it. Okay. I was around 10 at night.
Hold it!
So, but like... But that also means this is like that one tweet that's like, oh, yeah, burn her. She's a witch. I saw her at the Devil's Sacrament. And it's like, bitch, what were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament? You know, like, you saw him at 10 p.m. the night that the doctor died next to the doctor's house. What were you doing at 10 p.m. near the doctor's house the night that he died? Maybe you did it. Our class president are from stale old school traditions. My exploits were even covered in local papers. I can't possibly be expected to know everything at all times. That is true, that is true. I have the upcoming election in the bag. This guy's about to go away for murder. The body was inside the study. Where he was when he saw what that's what I've been trying to pin down.
Hold it!
Why were you taking a walk? Serious problems that must be solved. Starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. Hope for me is a vote to end hunger and for world peace. As the mayor of Korain, you're gonna end world peace? You're gonna end world peace? Wait, you're gonna start world peace? On with my speech. Okay, yeah, whatever. I passed by the doctor's house. Maybe that's when. Yeah, where exactly were you? He's gonna be like under the tree, like right here. Yeah, okay, so you would have been able to see inside. That's the information we needed. I was hidden by the tree. That is very important. Present the layout. Be like you would have been able to see. Or maybe like the photo of the crime scene. One or the other. Maybe the photo.
Objection!
I guess not. I feel like the evidence is a little loosey-goosey in this case. I was debated. I think it is the other statement. It is the other statement. I had no idea he was dead. And then maybe we present here. Or maybe we present the map here now that we know.
Objection!
There we go. Had to press that and then present the map. I got a little ahead of myself. Wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention? Shut the fuck up about. Should have been able. He should have been able to see the dead body. From that big old friggin' window, yeah. He's asleep. This guy sucks. Attention, one person. Huh? There are many sides to any issue. My god, he really is they really just decided to go in on politicians for this one. And honestly, I'm all for it. Acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Did you really see Mr. Rebel? Hey!
Hold it!
My god. If I had returned to my seat, I'd already answered the question. I'll have to run that by my campaign manager.
Objection!
No, dude. You just have to tell the truth. Phoenix is about to do some scummy, slimy shit. Everyone tune in. Phoenix is about to be like, please confess to your crime, which is gonna be some like minor shit that gets him away from this. Midst of running for office, I can't afford to let any strange rumors get out. Okay. Nothing untoward will come of this. Now, Mr. Justice? It was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death. Yeah, but it was reported in the morning. They wanted to remain anonymous, and it was him, sure. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was politician Wimperson. Played his part as a concerned citizen quite admirably, if I may say so. But the call came in the morning. Is paying Phoenix right? Yeah, he is. Big time. There are too many who choose indifference over a righteous action, but I don't number among them. That is why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the model citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest. I listen. He's putting in the hours, whether we win or lose. So Phoenix better get the money. Wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? The son, right? What my client witnessed was Mr. Rebel fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. Mr. Rebel looked exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mildly. Okay, threatened the doctor with bodily harm. We do not know that. We do not know that, Phoenix. Apollo, don't let him get away with that shit. We don't know that the Defiant Dragons threatened him with anyone. Or anything. And you actually prove it was Mr. Rebel who killed the doctor. I suppose it's true, I don't have any. I do have another witness. Mr. Rebel himself? Or the son? In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. It's crazy that if I lose to Phoenix, right, Phoenix will never treat me the same again. Phoenix, what the fuck? Just when I thought we had him, he turned the tables on us. He is the turnabout terror. Is that how they know him? Health back after recess? Maybe, but I've only lost 1 health, I think. No, 2. Well, it's not so bad. Plus, health actually kind of means nothing in these games. 3 times in 1 year. That's a new record. Oh my god. This guy's such a goofball, but I kind of love him. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is. I'll be more careful next time. Okay. Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buff that night? Sure did. Can't remember the exact time. He wouldn't hand over the orb. Someone put it in his head. We rebels were dangerous. Better brace yourself. Next witness testimony could make or break this case. I keep forgetting this guy's like a lawyer. She went to go see your dad. Yeah. She doesn't want to be in the audience because no matter what, she's not going to like it. You might then leave the agency. Trial will be resuming. Alright, let's go in. There wasn't even a save point or anything, just a little chat and then we go. You said you had a witness. Apparently. Let's get down to business. Call the lone survivor of the doctor's murder to the stand. The drone, right? A little persuasion. Poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. It's gonna be the drone. Ace Attorney fan game I've been following. Tell me about it in the... Are you in the Discord? You should post it in the Discord. There's a channel for games I should play. Sergeant Buff at your service, sir. Past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Vera was declared guilty in 4-4. Vera? Apollo does leave the agency. Oh, shit. I remember. 4-4. Yeah. Seems leaving the witness lobby was too much. I would still like to continue with testimony delivered by this drone. Okay. Let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. Yeah. The judge is used to this shit when the right agency is around. You disappoint me, Pork World Justice, the thing I once called you a comrade. Huh? Defending the man who killed Papa, that's full-on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to private. Locked and loaded, sir. Ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator. It's not a real gun. It's like a little BB gun. But yeah, they are just letting it into court. What happened? Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw one designated Dads getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. Quite some time. How long? Really must have been the fleeing Mr. Rebel. Oh. Objection. Right, you backstabbing no good. I didn't kill no one. Oh shit. It's actual missiles? Capitalist pig. I'll turn you a pork stroganoff. He's communist? He's communist? And that's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon? Okay, witness is all mine. Met with someone. I'd already mounted my siege defense, which means you were in your room, right? Who or what are you battling? That's classified. Oh.
Objection!
Such matters need to be handled with certain delicacy, yeah. You're all attacking no action, soldier. Out on the battlefield, it ain't the number of pretty words in your repertoire, but the number of bullets in your gun belt that counts. Okay, what did you see? Arguing with someone in his study. We're gonna be like, okay, he lingered for how long? Where's the orb, and are you defying dragons really criminals? It sounded real volatile, like a war might break out. Yeah, I heard them arguing, and then silence. Okay, got it. From my window, I saw the one designated Dads getting ejected from the premises. Like a conquered trooper retreating with his tail between his legs. He is ex-military, ex-paratrooper, in fact. The defeated soldier was expelled, but that wasn't the end. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. How long is some time? Kept hiding behind trees and telephone poles and stealing glances at our house. Must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. Yeah, anyone could have. Your front door is kept unlocked? Said there was no need because there were only good people in Korean Village. There will be no mercy. I vow swift and terrible vengeance. I'll carpet bomb the killer with everything in my arsenal. Fire! Whoa. Yeah, you will refrain from firing Gatling guns in this court. Yeah, why he hung around. I'm gonna press on his early statements, I guess. Was it that? No, I was in the midst of a crucial defensive siege operation. You were locked into your room. You can't just... You never know where the enemy might be lurking outside the siege perimeter. What about, school? Oh, I don't go to boot camp. I'm a soldier. Sergeant doesn't associate with rookies, still too green to fight. What was that you said about a siege defense? Oh, that, well... I'd already mounted my siege defense, which I have already pressed this. I did hear him arguing with someone. That, stating erected from the premises. The man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He died between 10 and 11 p.m. So, if he was ejected at 10, as has been said, how long did he linger? Because then there wouldn't have been time for him to regroup and come back.
Objection!
That wasn't it. No, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. Why is this case actually kind of hard all of a sudden? Double teamed for just doing what Mr. Right always does, yeah. Do you think Phoenix is like, holy shit? These kids don't know shit. Yeah, wonder why he hung around after being thrown out. Proved Defiant Dragons had nothing to do with the murder. Yes, but how? Hear him arguing with someone in his study. Yeah. Man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my pup in the study later. I just know it. You don't know it. Okay, if I will come to no harm. Dying over the doctor's study. Second floor area, yeah. Book sustained with coffee, yeah. Nothing, nothing. Again, the fucking email. That's not gonna be anything. Poor eyesight, couldn't read anything with these. I agreed to hand over the founder's orb. Like, I feel like having this written, you don't need to kill him. Right?
Objection!
Apparently that's not it. Dude, I'm actually struggling with this one. Why am I suddenly so offbeat? It's a really good point, right? Okay then, big guy, where is it? What's the fucking problem? I'd already mounted my siege defense. So? Camera and microphone. Is that what we mean? That you should have been able to see?
Objection!
I guess. You want to get in on this Stroganoff action with Pig Boy over there, soldier? I'm afraid lawyers are missile proof. Just as he is able to see what is happening in court right now, Sarge was able to see what was happening in this study then. The drone has a camera and microphone. Perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night, so you must have seen something. I'm hit! Uh-oh. Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles because evidence is our weapon of choice, and the evidence has exposed your bald-faced lie. The truth bomb? Dude. That drone is expensive. I'm pretty sure. Uh-huh. After all, you want to help your father, don't you? You want to find out who killed him. So you gotta tell the truth. It's not what you think. I didn't see anything, I swear. Yeah, you seem very stressed. Thought lawyers were missile-proof. You need to answer my question. Try your pie hole, maggot. I'll be a scorching day in Siberia before I lowly private like you orders me around. Okay. Therapy session. Okay. Picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. Through the fucking machine? That's crazy. In Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. Okay. Athena's power might work. Apollo's power definitely shouldn't work on it. Because as I understand, Apollo's power is purely about reading the body, the subconscious body tells, right? When everyone lies. Time for a therapy session, is it? Yep. He's like, therapy? Assume this will be alright with you. Not like we all haven't been through this before. There ain't a place in this battlefield for you. Whoa, no sexism, please. I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. Wait until you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. Now, analytical psychology. If it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it. Of course, no one's Sykes. What did he call her? Corpse woman. Okay, corpse woman. They gotta settle her in her, like, neutral pose before she can start it. She can't go into this from another pose. This is so sad. I stayed in my room with my drone that evening. Why are you afraid? Do you have like a constant layer of fear because, oh my god, because of the trauma? Because that is pretty fucking sad. Okay, Dats and Papa arguing with each other. Dats got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside. Big fear, big surprise. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day. Should I pinpoint this sadness, or...
Got it.
Are you just looking at his emotions as they relate to a single statement? Yeah, emotion fluctuation, I know. Bit of a surprise, a bit of fear. Big fear, big surprise. Why were you so surprised?
Got it.
You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body. You were nearly as shocked then as when you saw Mr. Rebel. That is true. We know he wasn't affected by his father's death as he should have been. Because you'd already seen his body. That's when you saw it, your father's body. You didn't see his body? Alright then, what did you see? Okay, down to 70. Is this really a therapy session? This is very aggressive therapy. This doesn't feel very nice to do to someone. The moment I saw it, oh, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one. Is that why you weren't very shocked? Because you had already sensed that he was a goner. Maybe. I saw... Uh-oh. Yeah, no more, please. Just running away. You're gonna be held in contempt of court, boy. I've confiscated your little toy. Wow. You submit to your therapy session. Stole the gavel too. Look at me. I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. Hereby convene a military tribunal. Whoa. Went in and just took the gavel, huh? Stop resisting. This kid's gonna go to jail. This kid's gonna go to fucking jail. Oh, this kid's going to the clink. I mean, good thing he doesn't like to leave his room, because he's not gonna get to. They're gonna put him in a room and keep him there. He's going to max sec. Up 2, 3, 4. He's fucking overwhelmed, yeah. Can calm him down, we can figure out the root cause. Okay. Okay. Hey, is that you, Corpse One Sykes? I'm here. I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay. And now, let your emotions take you where they will. Just let it all out. All forces attack. Okay. Overwhelming fear and overwhelming surprise. After he got kicked out, I heard more fighting and I got worried about Papa. But that couldn't have been him. So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room and Papa grinning with delight. That's when he must have been killed, if only I hadn't passed out. Okay, the flame definitely is your fucking problem. Because your mom died in a fire.
Got it.
You were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you? Don't just bring it up, dude. That does make sense. Okay. This kid's being very reasonable about all of this, honestly. W kid. Mm-hmm. That's what caused you to withdraw from the world. In the outside world, you were bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even grill at a diner. Because the idea you might see them grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. Athena's just bluffing. Oh, never mind, she's right. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about this sends a chill down my spine. I was afraid of the fire. I didn't even realize it myself. This kid is so fucking chill, dude. I love them. I love this kid. Oh, I'm starting to remember. It was... What did you see? It was that relic. That was the murder weapon? It was on fire. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. The orb was burning right in front of Papa. In the flames was Mama. Saw Mama appear amid the dancing flames. Whoa. Damn. Memory from the fire that killed his mother. There's an inconsistency, and I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence at hand. Okay. Still hanging around. Heard more fighting, and I got worried about Papa, so I left my room, but I got dizzy and passed out. Papa grinning with delight. Relic was on fire, and I saw Mama's face inside. When Papa must have been killed. If only I hadn't passed out. He went to hide the Founder's orb. So the relic wouldn't have been there, right? Is that crazy to say? The relic... The relic would not have been there, right? I can't save, so all I can do is just fucking present and hope.
Objection!
I don't think that's it. Because you're in the present screen. Because I'm in the present? On the present screen. I was in the present screen, like in the one right now? Yeah, I am in the present screen. No, it's not because I was in the present screen. I don't think I could save there. In any case, I'm just gonna get my friggin' life back and try again. But this is honestly kind of embarrassing, dude. I'm really fumbling this trial. Try from the scene. Okay. We're fighting. I got worried. I left my room, but I got dizzy and passed out. If only I hadn't passed out. But he's holding it. Wasn't it on fire? Also, the relic is not burnt. I don't know if that's anything. Corner of unidentified object. It's not the moss. But again, he went to hide the Founder's orb. So unless it wasn't him, unless it was someone else that took the raincoat and brought it out. But no, I think it was during the day that day, right? The orb wasn't supposed to be there. Hid it in his ruins before the untimely death. Is this what I needed to present?
Objection!
Not the moss, the fucking thing itself. My god. The outcome would have been the same. Talking about the time of death. No. Said you saw your father burning the orb. He went out to hide it in a cave. Yeah. What you saw was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. He left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins within. Yeah. Was killed after he returned from the ruins. There's no need for you to blame yourself. That's good. Can you really say I bear no blame in this? Well, if I was able to leave my room? If I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive. Papa wished nothing more than for me to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out, away from the big city. Wow, we're getting like a little zoom in here. How far is it gonna go? I just want to let it keep going. How far is the zoom in gonna go? How far is it gonna go? Aw. Even then, I didn't have the courage to set foot into the outside world. And in the end, I failed to make Papa's wish come true. It's a tough spot to be in, for sure. Sarge? You want to make your father's wish come true, live a happy, healthy life, you can still do it. That's right, you can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know what it's like to feel like you do. Only you can decide to take that first step. The victory you seek in the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp. Put it in terms he understands, yeah. I've made up my mind. You're gonna leave your room? As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense indefinitely. Aw. Oh, wow. Can we get some boxes maybe to have him stand up? Dude, see the fucking, we're getting the dogs every time. Oh. Hello. This is Sergeant Buff reporting for duty. Oh, I thought you were a guy. You're definitely not the gruff drill sergeant I envisioned. That's the thing. My mama was in the Russian army. Damn. Damn. Your mama was in the Russian army. Your papa kinda... Archie Buff did good for himself. Miss Army Buff. Age 12. Aw. So it's Archie Buff and Army Buff. She's all about the army. That's so fucking cute, man. Age 12. Aw. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I could blow you away at a moment's notice. She's too cute, she is. You always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative. Only since I was injured 6 months ago, yeah. It's so cute. My drone features a voice modulation device. It's just one of my army's many technological marvels. Thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls. I'd like to continue my testimony. Absolutely, you do whatever the fuck you want, Army. You're so cute. My god. I just remembered something, and it's as crisp and clear as a trumpeted roll call. It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. The Holy Mother. The Holy Mother will appear and grant the greatest power, yeah. Was her face there? Noise is at 0, so it's true as far as she knows. Bye-bye. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? The research notes, right? The fucking... Yeah, the founder bestows the greatest power.
Take that!
The burning orb, the appearance of the founder, this part points to both. This exact part that the cursor rested at, yes. Involving a mysterious riddle, and this song in turn is set to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. whole stanza seems to suggest the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. He solved the ancient riddle of the founder's orb. Which, by the way, proves that this thing is the founder's orb. Fuck you, Phoenix. I believe in him, and I want to believe he achieved his long-time dream of solving that riddle before he died. Do it, Private Justice, please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes. The plaintiff must object to this. Plaintiff will stand down and be quiet. You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire. All I needed was Sarge's permission, since we still don't know if this treasure is the founder's orb of the crystal of Ami Faye. Any ownership rights that the doctor had now belong to his daughter. That's true. You may burn the evidence. Damn. He just got the Zippo on him. Inside of the orb, it's melting. Yeah. The face of the Holy Mother. Her garbs leaves no room for doubt. It's the founder herself. It does look a little VR chat. It looks like early seasons of Ruby, if you've watched that show. That sort of like weirdly, you know, floaty. The 3D model doesn't quite. Greatest of taboos of Korainism is the depiction of the founder's face. Watched 0 shows. That's honestly great. Revealed the statue within. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figure is the Holy Mother, founder of Korainism. This must be none other than the founder's orb. Be that as it may, Mr. Rebel still may have killed that doctor. That's not what this trial is about. Render the orb transfer agreement null and void. The truth of the matter has already been proven. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. Rebel. It happened after the doctor came back from hiding the orb. Your claim that defiant dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. Admitted, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. Get him. Get his ass. The orb transfer agreement. We beat the turnabout terror. Don't just stand there, right? Do something. Yeah, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. I think it's time for your concession speech. This is the founder's orb, not the crystal of Ami Faye. Facts don't lie, you obviously do. Contemptuous peasant. Your true colors are showing there, boy. No objections here, Your Honor. Who holding it? You can't do this. The crystal's mine. I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you? Is he threatening Phoenix somehow?
Objection!
I object to the defense's last claim. Okay, on what grounds?
Objection!
I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible argument could you have to claim it isn't the founder's orb? Of course, what? Oh no. The defense's assertion is incomplete, and this is why. is based on a legend, and that legend claims the founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. The founder will return, but then it will grant a power. Descending upon us in all her glory, the founder bestows the greatest power known. According to the legend, once the founder returned, he would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. No, she would just bestow power. It doesn't say anything about spiritual, does it? Receiving spiritual powers, that's just mystic mumbo jumbo, right? Spiritual powers are the very real thing. What we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? I don't feel like that's really anything. You cannot faithfully claim this is the founder's orb. He fell asleep again. This motherfucker. Couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor. Okay. This is a good time for a recess. 20 minutes to prepare. You do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then, too. Yes, sir. But he was so oddly well prepared until that point, you know? It didn't match up to the Phoenix that I know and love. Until then. Famous for going out on a limb, but then last assertion was just plain crazy. Hey Trucy, what are you doing here? Although you seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Is it something with Maya? Is Maya been fucking kidnapped again? Phoenix. Oh hey! God, she's such a cutie patootie. Oh my goodness. Forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. Okay. When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. Oh, you left your room in your own wheelchair, not in the device. It's right above the coffee bar. Yeah, when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. It was pitch black, plus I fled to my room so fast I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights. He would have said something. Besides, I'd have known if it was him. Father's killer moved her around. That's so rude. This could be really important, yeah. Also, fingerprints on the handles? While she'd been unconscious. That's not what she said. That is, hey, that is not what she said, Apollo. Army fainted in the hallway above the coffee bar after witnessing the doctor burning the treasure. When she came to, someone was pushing her wheelchair. She quickly fled to her room. Yeah. Uh-oh. How'd it go? Sorry. Zoned out there for a sec. Recess is almost over. Athena, what's happening? Athena, what's happening? This trial is going on. Is this gonna be a multiple day trial as well? I bet it is too. Because we still have the fucking, like, revolution in Karain. I'm assuming that's gonna... Like, Prosecutor Sad Mahdi has to come by, have his shit resolved. It's not a multi-day trial? It's a one-day thing? There's gotta be 2 trials then in this case. One here and one in Karain, I bet. It would be wild for the last trial to not have, like, the seances and stuff, right? Like, that's the new gimmick. It would be wild if they didn't incorporate it in the last case. Still believe the defense is yet to sufficiently prove its case. claim, according to the legend, the Founder's Orb would bestow spiritual power. Yet the relic in question has failed to do so, therefore it has failed its own test. Even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. They were the ones who killed Dr. Buff. That was already proven to be false, yeah. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to the court. Uh-oh. Testimony from who? From whom? What new testimony could there be this late in the game? Not this fucking guy again. It is I, politician, the once and future representative of the people. He remembered something he saw, something crucial to this case. How very convenient, but also we can't really say how very convenient because Army Buff also just remembered something convenient for us, so. It was around 11 at night and I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. You didn't report it until the next morning. Mr. Rebel snuck up from behind and struck him on the head. A suitcase. Big strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase onto someone's head. You're just telling us now because I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all political greats. Okay. But the corner of some object. This thing has... Show me the corners on this suitcase. This shit is rounded as hell.
Objection!
Wouldn't worry about that. Uh-oh. A luminal test. How does that prove Mr. A Rebel used it as a weapon? Couldn't it have been someone else? Fingerprints. Yeah, because it's his. Also, covered is not right, because it took me fucking, like, 10 minutes to find those fucking fingerprints. Quite convincing testimony and evidence. I like the idea that Phoenix Wright is known as the motherfucker that will turn a case around last minute on you every time. He's just a little cryptid. Known only as the turnabout terror. It was around 11 and I was out on a mobile meet and greet when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Alright, let's start pressing on this. I didn't even believe it at first. I mean, a vicious murder in Karain. No, you'd be surprised, actually. To banish murder. What can you do to banish murder other than make it illegal, which it already is?
Hold it!
Snuck up from behind. You're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Rebel was there. He was... Okay, he was reading. Present the reading glasses. He didn't have them on. The doctor was reading a book.
Objection!
Get him. Get his ass. Prove I am anything but 100% reliable. We've already found holes in your testimony today. Seems the doctor's eyes had gone so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. I'm sorry, Mr. Etienne Wimperson, but I'm gonna have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. You what? I'll explain it, you lowly cur. Simply made a mistake, you see. I thought you were 100% reliable. Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed and he wasn't moving. You can't see the desk from outside. Bowed his head when he nodded off. That's when he was clobbered. There is a problem. Big problem. Present the map. Show the layout.
Take that.
I'm back on fucking track now. I just needed to get some glucose in me. With that bookshelf in the way, you would not be able to see.
Objection.
Seeking glucose. Glucose seeking behavior. You gotta be looking out for that in hospitals. I'm gonna put these away because otherwise I'm gonna eat all of them. Instead, I'm gonna switch to the less messy and much tastier dates. And much better glucose source for the brain. So he definitely has first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. Yeah, which means he killed the doctor. Welcome to the twist that happens in every fucking court case, by the way, Phoenix. What, like you haven't done the vantage point thing like 8 times during your career, Phoenix? I've seen the dozing doctor, yeah. From right here, from in front of him, from inside the house. Everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. He was the murderer himself. Weren't you the one who actually sung that suitcase?
Objection.
My client is a small, thin man, whereas Mr. Rebels has the musculature to pull it off. Rebel That's a Rebel is the doctor's killer. How do you know the suitcase was heavy? He dropped it on him. He dropped it on him from the second floor. The murder didn't happen over on that side of the room. Didn't happen on this side of the room. It happened on this side of the room. He dropped the suitcase on him. Stated Dr. Buff was in front of the bookshelves. Now he claims the doctor was sitting at his desk. Where's his killer and how was the murder weapon really used? Yeah. That's a weird... Yeah. two-floor sitch. He was sitting here, and his dictator was at a certain spot. Okay. Second floor. Which is where Army had passed out, which is why he had moved her.
Take that.
Should ramp things up nice and pretty for you, mister, right? Yeah. This time, instead of thinking it in 2 dimensions, oh my god, are we doing a little 3D shift? Ooh. Oh my god, what if he had rolled his daughter off? Used the daughter as a murder weapon. Fuck. He used gravity to his advantage. We used the suitcase. He pushed it from the 2nd floor. Psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. Doctor must have set it down there after he'd finished reading or the like. His blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it in that mountain of books. Exists. I'm going to show you. The coffee stain on the book, I'm guessing.
Take that.
What's more, it was still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. Yeah. One look speaks volumes. Yeah, I was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. That's when the suitcase came hurtling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and his coffee to spatter onto it. What motive could I have possibly had to kill Dr. Buff? Yeah, the Amife crystal thing. Telling him that Defiant Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a huge blunder. All of this was making hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Yeah. Even worse, the doctor saw the news report, so he knew the relic was the Founder's orb. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. That meant keeping it out of your hands. So angry that he refused to return the relic, you killed him with your own hand. What? What now, Phoenix? Please don't accuse my client of murder. Why would you even say that? Yeah. He's a promising politician with a bright future. What does he have on you? Our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of a scandal. Uh-huh. You better do something to change the current courtroom climate, or I'll be charged with murder. Which means what? To her, Maya. What's going on with Maya? You can't possibly believe Mr. Rebel is the killer. Answer me. He's been in this exact same situation before. And I'm pretty sure he canonically chose to pursue the truth and was like, I'm sorry, Maya. Mr. Retition Wimperson, the defense hereby... Not you too. During that last research, when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. can't really say, but just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there'll be consequences. All you have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic, deliver it to the benefactor. Something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great powers. Yep. The boss's legendary former assistant. Maya is always held hostage or accused of murder. Maya's kind of a fucking liability, man. I'm just gonna come out and say it. She's kind of a fucking liability, that girl. Sorry, it's just he spotted me and yeah, maybe promise. Tell me you've got Gumshoe or Edgeworth on this shit, dude. About the last statement, I believe you were in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Buff. Yeah, dude. I mean, but also we have to pursue the truth. That's our whole thing. I'm really, really sorry. Yeah. Put Miss Faye's life in jeopardy. I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders. Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. Then one day I'll become president, and then king. I'll have every politician at my command. Now retract your accusation.
Objection!
Who said that? Ah, dark. I don't know what's going on here, but a lawyer should never look the way you do right now, with defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get the truth. Listen, it's a long case. If I wait for every text to scroll, we're gonna be here twice as long. He's right. It's all over if I give up. It's up to me to do what must be done. That was a special one. Just fucking accuse him anyway. Dark. Thanks for the wake-up call. I'm going to find the way to save Miss Faye and see that justice is served. Brain power, brain palace, mind palace, brain castle moment. Seems said patron believes in the orb's legend. Founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire. We've already solved the riddle, right? No, not yet. There's one more part. The founder appears, but then it descends. We have not solved the riddle yet. Okay. Bestows the greatest power known. Spiritual is mentioned nowhere. It could be like nuclear launch codes. Like, we don't know. Also, this known thing is written here on the bottom. I don't know why it's written here and not here. Like, this is like a little sort of addendum here. Means we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. Yeah. Returning should be taken literally. Channeling, dude. There is a way. You need the name and the face. We have the face. But you know because of the... Yeah. But we need the name. Well, I mean, yeah, a spirit medium. But we also... Yeah, of course. But also... We need... And when that slimy politician realizes that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Faye. There's other channelers out there. Supposedly. Because Mr. Politician Wimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Faye's head. Mr. Rotitian Wimperson, it seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage. Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle and thereby receive great spiritual power. Only Maya Fey can truly give them what they really want. Return of the Founder means... The orb was made in the kingdom of Kharain, the birthplace of spirit mediums. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. The face, yeah. Our true face was hidden in the orb. Try channeling the founder. We don't know the founder's name unless it's Ami Faye. No, it wouldn't be Ami Faye. It would be like an ancestor of Ami Faye. Through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. And if the legend is true, the founder just might bestow spiritual power on someone when she does. A human could be imbued with such power in a similar manner, yeah. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. You are holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. If anything were to happen to her, the riddle would remain unsolved forever. And it is definitely the royal family of Kharain that are his benefactors. I could simply ask her to help. If she wants money, I have plenty to offer. She's never gonna, yeah. She certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen of Kharain to channel the founder for you. And also, I'm pretty sure that's your actual benefactor. Because she can't actually channel. It wasn't supposed to end this way. You're my lawyer, right? Do something. And as such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. What? Finding the truth. That is not a duty of a lawyer, actually. That's what you think, but that's not what a lawyer necessarily has to do. You have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage-taking, but in a way, I was being held hostage too. There's still hope for me to make things right, and I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Rotitian Wimperson, I must resign as your attorney. He's not gonna have a blow-up animate? Oh, he is. I have nothing to confess. I said I've nothing to confess. I don't and I won't, especially not to a plebeian like you. Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. Look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it. As many a great politician has said before me, no comment. Phoenix seems like he's got a red nose, the way the shadows are hitting him. Yeah, dude, the daughter was moved. His fingerprints are gonna be on the wheelchair handles. Yeah. I would place him right around here. How is that related to the case? On the night of the murder, Miss Army Buff physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb and passed out. Right above the coffee bar. Kind of fucked up to move into a house that has a staircase to enter on the second floor and a spiral staircase to enter into the main living room when your daughter is in a wheelchair. Can I just say, that's a little fucked up. Like, yeah, no wonder she doesn't leave her room. She fucking can't, even if she wanted to. According to Sarge, he woke up just as someone was trying to move her in her wheelchair. She wasn't always in the wheelchair. No, but she's been in the wheelchair since the accident 6 months ago. And they moved to Karain after the accident. So she was in the wheelchair when they moved to this fucking MC Escher ass house. I was so scared I beat a hasty retreat. Yeah. Fingerprints should be on it. Isn't that right? Is that when they moved? Yeah. She had a little... I'm gonna close this because it's gonna get dark out and etc. But she said that... you know, my dad is so great and he loves me so much. He left his position at the university to come over here because he said the fresh air and mountain nature might help with my siege defense protocol or whatever it is she calls it. The killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands. We may yet find the conclusive evidence, the fingerprints. If only he had been able to hold on to it just a little tighter. Yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better. There's this person. Yeah, dude. Come on. Aw, it's so cute. God, she is precious. She is precious. On the night of the murder, Sarge passed out, only to come to and find someone was pushing her wheelchair. She fled back to her room. Until Athena drew her out through that therapy session. It is also, I will say, by the way, little aside moment. Athena drew her out of her room, which means she was in her room until she came to the courthouse. Canonically, as we learned in game 2-1, I'm pretty sure, it's like a 2-hour, 4-hour train ride to get from Karain Village to the Wright and Co. law office, as it was called at the time. So did the trial just get on pause for 4 hours while she caught a fucking train and came over? Literally has wheels. Yeah? Are you suggesting she sped in? She caught the Autobahn and just fucking started going 500 kilometers per hour? Same can't be said for the prince that got away. My fellow Coranians. Uh-oh. Try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours. Uh-oh. Politician, savior of Karain. I am not a crook. I'm a political career. It can't end like this. I'm destined for great things. Something's wrong. This isn't real. It's a dream. No, a nightmare. Oh. Uh-oh. Election results. Wait, really? No way! Banzai! He won and immediately was arrested. I wanted him to have a way more severe blow-up animation. I wanted him to suffer, dude. Like a little. I'm a little mean like that. What can I say? Willingly voted for an alleged murderer. Have you seen who the president of the United States is these days? Maybe not murder, but we know he's done other things. Seems the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb. A suspect? More than a suspect, man. I don't know what I would have done without you. Oh, you were amazing. Aw. Dark really did come in clutch.
A dragon never yields.
I clicked through it again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry. Both sides have no further objections. Would Dirk Sadmati please take the stand? What's up, Dark? I'm assuming his name is pronounced Dark. Not Durk or something like that. This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per the State of Transfer Agreement. Alright. Now, I will say, if we're looking at the transfer agreement from a purely legal perspective, the transfer agreement says, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. But he did come to harm. It wasn't the Defiant Dragons that harmed him, but it isn't stipulated that it is the Defiant Dragons that have to harm him for it to be a void agreement. Any kind of harm from anyone can be taken to mean the orb transfer agreement is no longer invalid. So I think a lawyer might be able to come in here and be like, well, yeah, he could have, if he wanted to, he could have like bit his tongue and then be like, I've been hurt, I can't happen, sorry, you know? May have to be deliberated in court all over again. Alright, now case 2 in fucking Karain. There are bigger and more momentous things that stare in the air. Where is Maya, though? She's still kidnapped. Nine hours to go? We've already played 3. I thought you said it was 9 hours to go from last stream. Just doesn't seem real. Yeah. All I can say is, that's my boy. If he'd been able to fight me head on. No, in fact, he was more desperate to win, I think. So, actually, you did good. 9 hours more. Ah, fuck. Mayhaps we will not do it all today. Remember what he said. He didn't have to bend the truth. Yeah. Now that the Holy Mother's face has been revealed, are you gonna have a spirit medium try channeling her? What's her fucking name, though? Said it before, I think. Being able to speak to someone right out of the history books. You need the name. Hunter's true name is only known to the priestess who's been crowned queen. Garan is the only one that knows. Okay. What will you do now? Start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Buff's hands. No, he has his benefactor. He was a middleman. We need to expose their dirty scheme to the light of day. Hey, that was fine work you did at the trial today. You did your sergeant proud. Back at you, Sarge. Took real courage to leave your room like that. Oh my god, she's too fucking precious, man. I can't. She's flying her little drone around. Oh my goodness. Her helmet is so fucking precious. With my siege defense over, I can finally sally forth. But the battle's only just begun, one for me and me alone to fight. Aw. Who are you gonna be? Yeah, but it's so cute the way it's huge on her. I've been thinking. It's about time I stood on my own 2 feet. I no longer have Papa to coddle me. Take a good look, soldier. This one small step for man, and one giant leap for me. Hold my drone for me, would you? Hold my drone. The fact that she trusts us to hold the drone is kind of crazy. I don't think it is for 12-year-olds. Whoa. It's huge on her. What do you mean? It's gapping the sides of her head by like 2 inches on each side. You mean your legs, they're... Doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. Oh. But if I admitted I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. I faked it. Wow. I know Papa's watching over me now, and I'd hate to disappoint him. Why is this kind of getting to me, man? This is so fucking... Oh my god. She's so strong. This is the best character in this trilogy. This is the best character in this trilogy, by the way. I'm gonna march forward on my own 2 feet. Just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you'll want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to muster the strength to push through them. Daddy's back. Is Maya with him? Come here to bring down the fucking mood. Oh, Apollo. She's safe for now. She's still being held hostage? I have some bad news. She's in Korean. And she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. Okay, but you gotta tell me what you're having. It's the law. Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. What in the world's going on? What in the world is going on? It was only the beginning. The beginning of something big. Big enough to shake Korean to its very core. Revolution. I had no idea what the days ahead had in store for us. I like how Jaman is just kind of quietly chilling, but does drop in with the hard facts sometimes. Let's save the current progress. Continue. Keep me going. Well, let's go to Korean. Who's this mastermind? Benefactor was the one pulling the strings. Nothing more than a puppet. Wasn't it pawn earlier? Yeah. Still being held hostage by the mastermind. The mastermind? That's right. Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. Who's this mastermind? Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a puppet. It's weird because it's like they're doing a recap by moving the conversation forward, but they're repeating the same things 99% similar. But the slight difference almost makes it worse. If it was the exact same thing, then it would be better, it feels like. It would feel more recap-y rather than here's some new words. The conversation is moving forward, but we're saying the same things. We know it's the person who was trying to give the orb to. Yep. Whoever it is, they really want to get their hands on the orb. Whoever they are, they're in Karain, along with Maya. Spirit medium you've been talking about, she wouldn't happen to be that bun-haired young lady you defended. She sure is. She's somewhere safe. How do you know that? That's who the little snot's patron is. It's all starting to make sense. Fool has no idea I'm here in the States with you all. That's gonna be the kidnapper, Colin. Oh, caller ID. Mr. Phoenix Wright, yes? Let me start by thanking you for taking such good care of my subordinate. You know of me as Mr. Attition's benefactor. Is she safe? I had my ears on today's proceedings. What a shock it was to hear that the key to solving the orb's riddle is a spirit medium. I admit I did not see that coming. Don't think for a minute that it will guarantee Maya Faye's safety. She is not the only medium within my reach. Give the phone. Uh-oh. Hey there, how's it going, stranger? Why, it's your friendly neighborhood dragon. I just happened to be in the US on a little trip. Minister of Justice Inga Karkul Karain. Is the king of Karain. Dark? Is that you, you dirty turncoat? Damn, what in blazes is going on here? You know, just popped over to the States for a little R&R. Enough about me, Inga. That was a poor excuse for a bluff you pulled just now. We both know your threats are as empty as your head. Get him! You can't lay a hand on Maya Fey, and I do mean that literally. Literally? You can kiss your chances of getting the orb goodbye. Maya Fey and my only, how shall I say, insurance, you know? It's gonna be Prosecutor Sadmati. Got someone dear to you right here in the palm of my hand. Now that one, well, you can imagine what kinds of things I could do, right? Glad you're seeing things my way. Amara's tomb tomorrow, 3 p.m. Amara is the name of the queen that was killed 23 years ago, which again, reminder, same time Apollo's father died. You heard him. I have to get back to Karain at once. What if there are no seats left on the next flight? Plus, you're a wanted man. They're not gonna just let you get on a plane. Edgeworth! Looking fucking Botox as hell. Taking care of the hostage situation. There's his music. Da, 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 da. The fact that it's like a proper, you know, orchestra playing it now, I kind of dig it. Pearl did say she knew you around. She saw you around in Korean Village, yeah. Including Maya's situation. Explained why I found no connection between her and Mr. Atishan. And I will do what's necessary to hide the fact that Dark Sadmati is on board. Right? We have no time to lose. We must head for Karain. We? Are you coming? Edgeworth? Edgeworth and Karain? Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm going too. You're bound to need my help. Trucy's going? Besides, I'll need you to hold down the fort. Mind holding on to some evidence. Foisted onto, yeah. You better bring me back something besides just more evidence. I'll bring some souvenirs. Kingdom of Karain trip. And now what happens at the start of the game is that cutscene where like the revolution is happening and the police are beating the revolutionaries. And then it went 1 month prior to that, which is when Phoenix was coming in. So I think we're about to kick off that revolution now. Maybe now or by the end or middle of that trial. Temple. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. Only 1 hour left? Or half an hour left? This place sure brings back memories. We're here. Mara's tomb is located in the courtyard of Garan Palace. Let's sprint there. Contact the royal family and the local police and inform them of our arrival. Edgeworth being here, kind of great, because he is a big important figure in Japan / the US, the United States of Japan. So they can't just get rid of him. Let's fucking move, dude. What if I present my attorney's badge? This is the only relevant evidence, by the way. You have to find... Yeah, I know. Okay, I was just joking. I was just joshing, okay? Jesus. Oh, God, there's been a murder. I see evidence. There's a toad. That's not the evidence, but I see this potted plant. Hang on. Let's go into evidence gathering mode, which is going to be gameplay, transparency, high. Put me back. There we go. Footsteps that appear to be leaving this place and going. It seems as though this jar may have held water and it may be spilled and it created a puddle in the dirt here, which is why there's steps tracking out of here and into somewhere. But there's also mud, what looks like, on the steps. So maybe there's been some activity here, or maybe, you know, something spilled from here to here. But this certainly seems like it's spilled from the side because there's another one just like it over there. What else? Not much, TBH, not much. This is a Mitama. It's all Mitama coded. Okay, that's all we know. All right. I was made for all the running and climbing and near drowning I've done this week. This is the tomb. Damn. Only 23 years old, this. They let him go into the palace? Dark? Japanifornia, yay, exactly. The one who was assassinated 23 years ago. Take a few minutes to get to the tomb from here. Barbed head. What's up? I'm with Dark, the revolutionary. Crown Princess, yeah. This is the royal residence. Commoners are not allowed entry without permission. Should have already called and requested permission for us to enter. As to why we're here, have you seen Minister Inga, your father? Just saw him heading toward Amara's tomb. You know, like some shady-looking underlings or something? He was alone. Why do you ask? He kidnapped. Bow down before her glory, the queen. Her Eminence Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Karain, approaches. This bitch definitely cannot channel spirits. That's the face of a queen that cannot summon spirits. Guards, surround Amara's tomb at once. Oh. Garan. Not Ordihara Karain. Ordihara Garan. They are not loyal to the country, they are loyal to her. That's what I'm getting from this. Our barbed head lawyer returns. I presume you are here for Maya Fey, the spirit medium who has been abducted by your husband, yes. Allow us to apologize for the criminal actions of our husband. Honestly, Inga, abducting a guest in our country, how could you? Your Eminence, what about those soldiers? Garan Royal Guard, soldiers who serve the crown and no other. A elite force selected from only the most loyal and outstanding of our subjects. The police will not come if it is my husband who is committing the crime. We shall have to storm the tomb and take Minister Inga into custody ourselves. Is he about to be dead, and are they gonna pin it on Maya? How dare you set foot in the palace? Have you come to turn yourself in? Yeah. Slow down there, Garan. I'm here to conduct a hostage exchange. If you take me in now, Maya Fey is as good as dead. We can talk about that later. Right now, I need to get in there before it's too late. 20 minutes. Allow the insurgent Dark Sadmadi to pass. Yeah. Might as well explain. Hornhead. It's the first time she's met me, by the way. Doesn't waste any time with the nicknames, yeah. Yeah, your father's the one that fucking did it all. Do my ears deceive me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone? He abducted Maya Fey, an insolent fool? Gentle soul such as my father could not possibly have committed such a crime. You think he's... yeah. I'm afraid it's true, your benevolence. He's holed up in that tomb as we speak. You saw your father heading toward the tomb? I did. I was over on that veranda, deep in thought, when I saw him hurrying toward the tomb. I'd say it was about 10 minutes ago. No one else after he entered. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a minion or two with him. I feel like there should be a Maya abduction protocol in place. Where we do what... where she does what she did in 2.5, was it? When she was abducted? That was 2.5, right? She channels Mia, like writes a note explaining everything, channels Mia. Mia reads the note, looks around, gets a good idea of what's going on, and then Pearl channels Mia. Right? I feel like that should be like a Maya abduction protocol that's established. Once Maya is abducted, wait fucking, let's say 2 to 4 hours, and then have Pearl summon Mia. There we go. I channel, I guess, not summon. Summoning would be crazy. Okay, 3:20. It's been the 20 minutes. Our royal guard shall now storm in. No, we cannot. Every second we wait puts the hostage's life in even more danger. We see no alternative but to order our guards to storm in. Guards storm the tomb and seize Minister Inga along with the insurgent Darkseid body. He is an insurgent. Ah, we're going in. She is for sure the mastermind. Oh god, is he dead? The minister, he's dead. Oh no. Come, let us see what has transpired. Are they gonna pin it? Oh, I'm so sorry. Are they gonna pin it on Dirk or on Maya? Maya's already been suspected of one crime. Over there. What have you done? Minister Inga is dead. Crazy they're arresting him rather than just killing him on the spot. I feel like that's what would happen. I'm looking at the paintings on the side, especially this one right here. It looks like some sort of torture scene, and the one they're torturing is Dark. Right? Hang on. I'm gonna do a bit of a zoom in. Do you see? Right here? Looks like some sort of demon-headed something torturing Dark. He's kneeling on top of some spikes. His arms are held up, and it looks like he's about to, like, twist his nipple or something with a big old friggin' pliers. But, when, because Apollo is how old right now? He is 25, I believe. Which means 23 years ago, when Amara was killed and presumably this tomb was erected, he was just 2 years old. Certainly younger than he is in that one photo that is Dark and both of his sons, Apollo and Nayuta. And Dark does not wear an eye patch in that photo. Whatever happened to his eye happened after Apollo was at least, I want to say, 6 to 8 years old. So why does he have a eye patch on in this mural? Unless they updated the mural after the fact when he started wearing an eye patch. Inconsistency. Oh, yeah, keep it. Nick? Where is she? He saved me. I can't keep my eyes open. Dark saved Maya. Okay. Dark was arrested for his murder. The curtain fell on the minister, but things were far from over. Apparently. can't say. From what I can tell, it seems Dark has killed Minister Inga. Most likely, but who knows? I'm really confused. I must see for myself. I'm not sure you want to. We have direct orders from Her Eminence Queen Garan. You don't want to see this. This country is really kind of run in a very strict militaristic religion way, but also in a very loosey-goosey way. Because we, the bunch of foreigners that showed up and were around when the king of this country was killed, or the husband of the queen anyway, they're just gonna let us leave and go hang out somewhere else? Yeah, I'm okay, apparently. Let's sit tight until he returns. No, you must be in a state of shock right now, but I need you to stay with us, Apollo. I'm afraid I have some bad news. Things will only get more complicated from here. He has been officially charged with the murder of Minister Inga. He does still have the 23-year-old murder charge of the Queen. They managed to get us permission to investigate the crime scene. I expect we'll be allowed to visit Mr. Sedmati shortly. Just so happens Detective Sky is here in Khura'in, so I have asked her to assist us with our investigation. Prosecutor Sedmati has grown quite fond of her. Yeah, but doesn't she still have, like, a job in the United States of Japan? Can she just leave and go gallivanting around with Sedmati? Smearing her around all over the place. A few days here, a few days there. She was in the trial that we did, after which we fucking hauled ass booked a flight here. Which means she also hauled ass booked a flight here. What the hell? Seems he thinks highly of Emma's skills, apparently. I'll go pay Dark a visit at the detention center. What about you, Athena? Better stick with Apollo and give him a hand, yeah. We'll go separate ways for now. Alright. It's been over 10 years, but I'll try not to get us hopelessly lost. Okay, nothing here. Let's go talk to Dark, we said. So let's start with that. Apollo, here to see your old man, are you? Kind of. One hasn't even started. I imagine they'll really rake me over the coals, though. That's nothing compared to what they'll do if they find him guilty. They branded me a terrorist who killed the previous queen, and now the justice minister. Yeah, he'll be executed for sure. Yeah, of course. Of course, public execution. Turn that frown upside down, you'll jinx us. As soon as I get out of here, I'll take you to this tasty hash house I know. Nice. Something I want you to take a look at. Talk about the incident. Didn't really kill Minister Inga. I really don't know. Seeing the mural of the founder right as I entered, but I got all dizzy immediately after that. Was there some kind of incense in there? Next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand and covered in Inga's blood. Last thing I remember after entering the tomb is feeling really dizzy. There's no getting out of this one. No, we'll represent you for sure. It's not funny, yeah. This is gonna be one tough case, Apollo. Not only have I been charged with Inga's murder, the Amara assassination from 23 years ago, all at once. Means we can't afford to lose our heads. Take it you'll be defending me. Yeah, of course. That's my boy. Looks like our nerves are steely as those vocal cords of yours. Yeah. Apollo's dying as well. I'll be charged with the same double homicide. I'll be fine. Yeah, I just have to make sure we win. We're all gonna risk our lives together, aren't we? We're all just gonna be on that side being like, no, I'm also. The assassination 23 years ago. That was when the previous Queen Amara was assassinated, yeah. Private residence on... She died in a fire. My dad died in a fire 23 years ago. She lost her life in the ensuing blaze. Were you just a lawyer back then? Amara was... well, she was my wife. Oh, shit! Dark was the fucking... king. May not look the part, but I was one husband to a queen. I was royalty, yeah. Apparently, come on, you're talking to a guy who honed his prowess against witnesses on the stand. Even a queen is no match for this dragon's glare. Yeah, this guy. He acted as my own attorney and won. Until I was accused of fabricating evidence, and then it all went south. Just like Phoenix. I made a run for it. Yeah, I mean, he was about to be executed. I get it. Didn't kill Amara, and I didn't fabricate any evidence. So then, Nayuta is descended of the previous queen and him, presumably. If I had stuck around for a retrial, I'd have been found guilty for sure. Yeah, I left my law practice behind and went underground. But aren't they based out of his old law practice? Or out of just a random old law practice? Because if the revolution is based out of Dark's old law practice and they haven't found them yet, maybe they deserve to be toppled. You still haven't discovered the truth. It was arson, which means crime scene was reduced to ashes. If my dad died in an arson, this is going to be relevant for sure. But why? Is it going to be something like the hat or gloves or something were around? Just been brick wall after brick wall, yeah. Come on, son, don't look so down. With you on the case, it'll work out. Dual Destinies Apollo perfectly matches Dark. What do you mean perfectly matches? Yeah. File of a mass on Amara's assassination is kept there. Eye patch and jacket. Oh, shit, so true. I hadn't even realized that. Going through a manhole, yeah. Oh, it's so dirty getting there, and that stench. Should probably focus on the minister's murder first. But there's something I need to show him. I'm assuming the orb? Why did you throw it at me like that? The orb does not fall into Garan's hands, not ever. He was the one who lent it to Professor Buff to study. There's more connected to this relic than meets the eye. Much more. Whatever it is, I can't help feeling it could turn this entire kingdom upside down. Yeah, for sure. Garan is... Again, I've been saying this since the start of this case. Maybe even before then. The current royal family is not the real royal family. And so she doesn't have the spirit power required to channel spirits like the royal family is supposed to have. Guard it well, son, at least until tomorrow's trial. Time to interrogate. Hey, Dick. It's time for the prisoner's interrogation. Begone, you putrid-headed criminal abetting lawyer. Is there a problem here? And your point is, my relation to the accused is irrelevant. The fact remains, I am a prosecutor. Long time no see, son. How you been? I feel like Dark needs to actually smack him a little. Smack some sense into him. Here you've been serving Garan rather faithfully. Whatever happened to our dream of taking her down and changing this country, son? The past is the past. 5 years, by the way. 5 years, and he became such a little lapdog. It's simple. People change. The Nayuta you knew exists no more. You're still my boy, even if you prosecute my case. The rest of the Defiant Dragons and I eagerly await your return. Whenever you're ready, we'll welcome you back with open arms. As I said, I've moved on. Don't you fucking dare suddenly start acting like a person with a heart. You haven't even shown a crack of that the whole time. Flowers do not blossom simply from a talk of the past. Well, Athena's gonna do some therapy on him, I bet. Alright, well. Let's go to the royal residence, I guess, first. The outside. Actually, I guess nothing on the outside. Let's go to the inside. Amara's tomb. Let's investigate the crime scene. Really lavish. You could say it's fit for a queen. The little chains coming down on this little thing almost looks like a cyclock. Faceless woman in that mural over there, Amara. No, it's the Holy Mother. It's the, yeah. The one whose face we know. Getting right down to business, I see. What's up, Emma? Mr. Edgeworth asked me to help where I could. More than 10 years. Well, you sure didn't waste any time. You're already mixed up in murder. That's how we do it at the Right Anything Agency. Prosecutor Sadmati has requested your services. I mean, His Ephemeral Holiness. Oh, God. We've got another glimmering fop. I don't mind that he approves of me and my abilities. People's skills need some serious work. When he manages to smile and compliments my work, it's hard to say no. Oh no, Emma's fallen in love with a bad boy. It's been tough, and the lack of sleep's been brutal on my skin. Defendant in this case is someone I know. How could this get any worse? The defendant is someone you know? How did you know Dark? Blood loss from a stab wound. Yeah, a single stab in the back was enough to cause the victim to bleed to death. 3 p.m. Got it. Autopsy report. Thank you. He, Maya, and the minister were the only ones. Maya had been tied up until he was freed by the Queen's Royal Guard. Tomb was searched, so no one could have been hiding. During that time, the Royal Guard set up a perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. He was the kingdom's minister of justice and the husband to the queen. Second most powerful figure. He was married to the queen, yeah. Apparently he only told a few of his most loyal subordinates about the plan. Little chance of the police or the queen finding out. No, the queen definitely knew. I'm working on it. Okay. To get the spiritual power. Something to do with an old legend. Yeah. The great power. Which they seem to think is spiritual power. I don't know if that is what it is. Why Inga wanted such power? Did he want to be king? No, his wife can't channel spirits, dumbass. This is like the most obvious plot twist in the history of plot twists. The queen can channel spirits. I'll believe it when I see it. Queen Amara was laid to rest here. She lost her life in an arsonist's blaze. This is where the residence used to be. They built it on the same spot so her soul could rest in peace. Wow. Perfect spot. It's nearby, but it's private. Yeah. Only open to the royal family. Yeah. How long had she been here? 6 days. Severely weakened, yeah. It's now an IV drip at the hospital. I've already got the okay. Knock yourselves out. And, oh, a little map. Okay. What are these things? Also, what is this? Is one of the statues broken? Thought I'd give you a copy to help your investigation. Thank you. Oh yeah, there's a statue here that is broken. Good thing the map was there. I didn't notice that. Let me know if you need my forensic expertise. Are you gonna give me a 3D model of this whole fucking thing and be like, find fingerprints? Because I'm gonna kill you dead if you do. Let's take a look at the sarcophagus. Can we open it? Ooh, there's a keyhole. Mummy of Amara, the former queen, rests inside. Yeah, just trying to... It's that sound effect, it's crazy. Apollo, that sound effect is crazy. That is the sarcophagus of the previous queen. And it sounded like he went... Not a chance. Besides, it's not something anyone try opening anyway. You're gonna get us cursed. You believe in curses, Emma? I thought you were scientific. No, there's touch the sarcophagus for fear of incurring her wrath. Well... yeah. Kept really cold to preserve the mummy. They would eventually freeze to death. Okay. Here's the chains, there's this. But we've already looked at everything here. Let's move back. Look at other things. What are these little troughs? Oh, to put incense sticks, is it? Or what? Yeah. I was wondering, did the ash come from the incense sticks? After there was already ash in there to hold them up. Ash is the product of prayers from the countless visitors. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's that. Just a nice little zoom in and a little bit of history. Okay, it's the same thing. There's something in the ashes. Oh, okay. Ooh. Banshee? Gemstone. I'm pretty sure it's not you. You or you wear a gemstone like this. Like to hear my brilliant theory. Okay. I'm good. Whoa! Fucking sniped her out of the air. What's this gemstone? Oh, that. When did... Hello? When did that happen? How long has that been closed? It just snapped close, huh? The hell? Where'd you go? It... Okay, it's back. I have a little, like, you know, a little privacy thing that I can slide down on top of my camera. But I guess it just decided it didn't want to be... It didn't want to hold up anymore. Weird. Oh, it's a button from his jacket. Got it. Must have fallen off and gotten in there somehow. We puzzle has an answer, Athena. What did you have for dinner? What's with this soot? Caked in soot. Well, it was in the ashes, so I don't see why that's so crazy. There is the dead body outline in the back. For sure, we've seen that. This mural. Can't see it very well. Oh, we're gonna have to rotate around. Got it. Here's a broken statue. It's kind of hard to see. Let's check it out when we get a little closer. Okay, well, let's rotate like that then. Whoa! Costco rotisserie chicken. Honestly, getting rotisserie chicken is such a fucking smart move. Because oftentimes you can get a whole chicken for like under 10 bucks. Especially at Costco, I imagine. But where I go shopping, I think they have like generally 8 bucks. And then some days there's like offers as well. And that's a lot of chicken. And you don't have to eat it as it is. You can, like, you know, shred it up, put it in like a sandwich, put it in some tacos. You can get a lot. It's a whole chicken already cooked. Must have gone all over the killer too. Yeah, he was covered in blood. Once the dark being the killer, yeah. There's the body outline, and I'm assuming the murder weapon. Oh, I apparently clicked the options instead of clicking the body outline. Better take a closer look. Wow. Holy, they left his fucking devices on him, huh? Already taking the body away. Yeah. Photo of the body. Yes, please. Anything stick out? First of all, I was not aware this man had a rat tail, and he's so much less scary now that I know. Second, knife on the floor, which I'm assuming Dark dropped, because otherwise there were 2 knives. His gun is a weird 4-barrel gun. It's not like a regular gun. But it looks like he was stabbed in the back with the sarcophagus behind him. So was someone hiding inside the curtain and then attacked him? The cuffs of justice. These are the cuffs of justice. Okay. Forearm cuffs. Wow. Made of a thick fabric, so they aren't for protection. Sleeves out of the way. There's just ceremonial. Dude, come on. The reasoning for wearing them was probably forgotten. They're just one of many traditional things people do without knowing why. Oh, your psychology. Yikes. Okay, crime photo. Acquired. Fantastic. Thank you. Let's look at the gun. Yeah. That's a 4-shot pistol. Had it for self-defense. Won't be firing anything anytime soon. Why? We recovered a bullet here, which means the gun probably broke as the minister fired its last round. Huh. Maybe Dark ate the bullets. Yeah, sure. So presumably 4 shots were fired, but only 1 bullet was recovered. Also, where was the bullet? His fingerprints are all over it. Okay. Few calls logged between him and his underlings. They're all members of the secret police who were going around killing insurgents with impunity, right? I don't think that's quite it. Okay. And then the knife and blood. Just darks. That's not good. Any others? One more print, but it was too smudged to identify. Okay. Yeah, let's not even add that to the court record, Apollo. I'm sure that's not important. Yeah. Asshole. Okay. Offer your prayers fervent as fire, or what's going on? For some country sultan or something, conveying something to the retainers. She's on fire. I mentioned it before, by the way, but when she was killed by presumably Dark wasn't wearing an eye patch yet. Only made him look evil. Yeah, they did. And now this is Dark being tortured in hell, I'm assuming. In the Twilight Realm. Except nobody came out of this story happy. Okay, sure. There's this, but there's the table in the back that I'm interested in. Grape juice. It's always grape juice. It's never wine. That's so funny. Why not alcohol? You drank grape juice? I'm not seeing the logic. Said grape juice has something in it that helps you relax. You sure he was talking about that and not wine? Yeah. No, he couldn't have meant that. I mean, we're talking about medical facility. Okay. This, but we've already looked at the sarcophagus, right? One of the many places the Royal Guard checked after storming in. Okay. He peered into every nook and cranny with an almost frightening amount of gusto. Very interesting. It's like one of those lock room mysteries. Except it's not. Because presumably Dark did it. So it's not a lock room mystery at all. Dark stabbed the guy. Dark was in the room. What's mysterious about that? Okay, is there an outline on the floor there? There's that chair also, but there's the broken statue and also these other murals I want to check as well. Let's start with that. Is that Sadmati? The cuck chair. Life and Times of Queen Amara. Oh, is that the queen being born? Got it. And then she is, yeah, preaching to the faithful. Got it. Next one is being seduced by Dark. First time Amara and Dark met, and he's like, yeah, demon seducing, yeah. Want to see this broken statue. Let's take a closer look. It is in pieces. Oh, that's the bullet that was found, is it? It's a Magatama. It came from the broken statue. Maybe, but there's another one on the floor there. Where from? Yeah, let's not write it as evidence or anything. That's fine. That's fine. Whoa! I didn't know we could. Whoa! I didn't know we could do that. What's shining down here? Something shiny. Ooh, there's blood on it. It's not the victims. No one in the royal family recognized it. Oh, Emma knows about this. Damn, Emma is good about it. I wasn't able to get a clean print. The blood is the victims. Okay. And then there's the bullet. I can look inside this man's chest, huh? Tried to shoot his attacker, but missed, and the bullet ended up here. Like a fingerprints of a weapon. What about the inside of this statue? Is it hollow inside? I can't really tell too well because of brightness, but I'm pretty sure it's hollow inside. Getting your ticket punched is cursing off, yeah. Anything in this candle? No, I don't think so. There's Magatama. Okay, whatever. Let's look at the chair and stuff over here. He was tied there. Oh, this is gonna be the rope then that she was tied with. So use WASD to change our perspective. Yeah, I do see a little drop of something behind there. First of all, there's the rope. Druzy showed me how to do her rope escape trick. Come on, tie me up. Might come in handy someday. That's not wrong. You just sit there and we'll get started. There we go. A little blood on the chair. What's up with that? You're right, I missed that. Okay. It's perfectly square, like the bottom of the chair. So it's like there was blood here, but it was cleaned. But the bottom, the foot of the chair was, yeah, luminol. It's gonna be a big stain around here for sure. Hey, let's not do that. Thank you. Oh wow, okay. So it just goes into the sarcophagus? Now, is that blood the victim's or whose? Hold on. That's strange. It's not his. Dork and Miss Faye weren't wounded, as far as we know. The real killer. Okay. Anything else? Rope has been checked. Chair? I'm not sure. Backside must have hurt after sitting. Yeah, it doesn't look like a particularly comfortable chair either. I like to stay active, then I have to agree with you. Okay, okay, sure. Nothing. Oh, I guess we can click the bloodstain? Yeah. I wonder whose blood it is. Sure, yeah, me too. I can no longer rotate. Got it. There is there anything else to check? The door? I'll go give it a try. I can't tell at all. That's a perfect hiding place. I don't know if you solved it. Royal guards searched the tomb high and low after they stormed, and yeah, no one was in here behind. Yeah, so they looked there too, presumably. And yeah, I don't think I've checked the mural, so let's go ahead and look that. Holy Mother was painted here to watch over Amara's sarcophagus. That is pretty cute. They didn't paint her eyes, she needs to do said watching. Because painting her face is taboo. Oh, that's everything. Just needed to check the mural. Got it. Maybe we should go over what we've learned. Yeah, locked room murder. Sure. If it wasn't Dark that did it, which we're gonna go ahead and assume he didn't, then yeah, it is a locked room murder. You're right. No one was found to be hiding inside. We also know Dark's fingerprints are all over the murder weapon. Sure, they are. Blood must also have gotten on the killer. He does not remember. Which is, this has been happening a lot more. My clients just straight up do something hella incriminating, but they just don't remember. Fucking insanity plea, apparently, is what we're going for. Things couldn't be worse for our case, and that's still an understatement. Yeah. Go on, scoot. Because prosecutor said Marty's coming and you don't actually have the okay. Uh-oh. It's like she's in an abusive relationship for real. Emma, you need to get out. I feel like this motherfucker shows up at the end of every scene, dude. Go find someone else's ass to hang on to. My god. Look at this guy. It seems you've spoken at length with these two lawyers. I do hope you've also kept an eye on them. They didn't touch a single thing. Yeah. Never forget that. Sure, except you do realize we have beaten you pretty handily. Hey, Nayuta. You really believe Dark's guilty? You were, but he just leaves. This asshole. Coward asshole. I'm falling asleep. It's fucking 8 p.m., dude. What the fuck is happening? It's about dark. You hear me out. Okay.
Hold it!
You afraid of what I might have to say? That's a good way to get him to stay. There's no harm in listening, right? It just kind of make it quick. There is much I must do. Aren't there any other prosecutors in this country? What do they need prosecutors for? Just fucking random seances. Just determine everything. Her Eminence, Queen Goran, personally requested I serve as prosecutor. Which just goes to further show my point that she is in fact evil and part of the whole conspiracy against the actual royal family. Her Eminence thinks highly of my prosecutorial skills. Still, she didn't have to ask you to handle a case against your own father, yeah. You speak of love and sentiment. Yeah, I do. But the law is the law. Okay, civilizations only exist due to the confines. This man is like, he became so fucking legalist, dude. This guy would thrive on Reddit. He's just picked a thing and then was like, this random code, the law, right, is going to be the code by which I live my life. I bet this motherfucker, when he's driving, stops at a stop sign for 3 seconds. That's all I'm saying, and that's all I need to say. The law must be obeyed. This truth sits above all else, including personal feelings. Would you say otherwise? True. You wish it wasn't that way? That's valid. What do you want? What do you wish for? I come to a complete stop as well. Yeah, of course I do. But it was like, because when I took my driving test, they docked me like a point or two because my examiner was like, you didn't stop for 3 full seconds at a stop sign. I'm like, stopping for 3 full seconds? Are you crazy? Coming to a full stop and then going 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, and then going. Yeah. You putrid red pepper. Hey, I've still beat your ass in court so fucking thoroughly, my guy. You still have nothing on me. like actually fully nothing. Did he have to be so eloquent? Cut back on the debates with him if I were you. Just stick to questions. Hey, Athena, are you not sensing some discord? Hey, Apollo, is your bracelet not getting fucking tight? Because if they're not, I think he's just an asshole, guys. I think he might be an asshole. Otherwise, if you are sensing something, Athena, or if Apollo, if your bracelet's getting tight, fucking, you know, you should mention it now. I wanted to ask you about that hostage situation. He had someone dear to Dark in the palm of his hand. Yeah, you. Yeah. We were there. We were there 20 minutes ago. I remember this. I remember this much. Dark had no choice but to follow Inga's demands. Of course he knows. It's you. Unwise to your tricks, you putrid pepper. That is so obviously Matt Mercer, man. It's so funny. Relax the anxieties of the people around you by squeezing your wrist. Now that I know how it works, I can make it tighten around your waist anytime I wish. Why does he have a chant of tight? Why does he have that? That just universally works. Powerless in the face of the Holy Mother's blessings. Hey, asshole. We know more about the Holy Mother than you do. Do you know what her face looks like? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'll have to try therapy. Or asking Dark. That works. You intend to go through with a trial. You have no hope of winning. Yeah, if you want to kill Dark, you're going to have to kill me as well, and Athena, and Phoenix. And maybe Maya. I'm not the one who needs to grow up, Nayuta. I won my last case against none other than Mr. Right. Also, in case you didn't hear, I won my last case against none other than fucking you. You pompous fucking fuck. God. He's mad. Your foolishness will only earn you a death sentence for aiding and abetting a criminal. You know what we should do, man? We should introduce the Prosecution Culpability Act. I'm just saying, dude. If you as the prosecutor tried to prosecute someone that was innocent, that to me amounts to attempted murder. Premeditated attempted murder. Aggravated. I'm just saying. If you tried to prosecute someone that was in, that's attempted murder, my guy. You better be fucking sure you want to go in. Just saying. You would be lucky to return as this realm as a patch of mold. Abandon this folly before it's too late. I'm going to defend Dark in court. I intend to prosecute the accused with all my might, no matter what you say or do. Yeah, whatever. See? Okay. I'm going to pause right here. Pause on this screen right here. This is Dark. Up in the mountains with Apollo. Apollo here, I would say, looks 5 to 8 years old. I'm going to go ahead and say, right? 8 at the oldest. Apollo is 25. Apollo was 8 17 years ago. Queen Amara was killed 23 years ago. Dark did not wear an eye patch when Queen Amara died, which means the murals in Queen Amara's tomb are wrong. Unless they went in and updated them after the fact to add an eye patch to him when he started wearing an eye patch. It's just a little bit of a weird inconsistency. To be continued. Are we going to trial? Oh, Phoenix and Edgeworth. Oh my god, we're splitting it in two. No wonder this shit's 9 fucking hours. Oh god. Time to relive the same chunk of day on the other side now. They don't really address this too much in these games or TV shows or movies. But when someone is kidnapped for 6 days and tied to a chair, how do they go pee pee and poo poo? Do they go number 1, number 2? You alright? Yeah, just thinking. We wouldn't gotten the permission we have without you. Should prove to be useful to us. Is it all the things that we found? Tomb diagram. It is the exact same evidence. If it's the exact same evidence, you could just have us like join up and share it rather than just do it like that. That's kind of clumsy. Is the gem? I guess we don't have. Barbed head lawyer Phoenix, right? Oh hey, what's up? Garon Royal Guard, right? I am Lackey, of course Lackey. Royal Guard member, and Her Eminence's shoulder rubber. Okay. Don't be absurd. I'm here for one purpose only. I am to bring you before Her Eminence. The Queen? Well, yeah, we have to go. Yeah. You go hang out with Maya or what? May I join Mr. Wright? The name's Lackey. Lah'Kee, and I'll praise the omnipotent Queen Garan. Omnipotent is crazy. You are both to come with me. Her spiritual power is immense. Yeah, I don't know about that. Why am I getting so sleepy already? What the fuck? It's literally 8 p.m. Ooh, that's cool. Barbed head lawyer has a right. Wait! The throne kind of looks like the blue badger, guys. Oh my god. Conspiracy theory? The throne kind of looks like the blue badger. You as well, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. We have heard much about you, Barbed One. Seems your bluffs and tomfoolery tend to leave our court devastated in their wake. Not devastated. Fucking justice is found. Right, where are your manners? Your Eminence, I am both humbled and delighted to be in your presence. Yeah, glad to be here. Looks like you're doing well. Learning about her dad's criminal shit and then him dying immediately after is kind of a blow. She is just 14. I wish to question you about something related to the case. Well, question me then. You do not fully comprehend what has transpired. Had been seeking the Founder's orb. He abducted Maya Fey. That is a lie. A lie, I say. Hey, Mom, do you want to get your spoiled kid under control? We fear he speaks the truth, for we believe we know why your father would do such a thing. Because you asked him to. You're the big bad, not him. He was seeking the orb as a means of obtaining spiritual power, and with it he intended to usurp the throne. Not true. Not true. In fact, false. For he was dissatisfied with the current administration. As hard as a throne snaku. It sounded pretty fucking gentle, honestly. I'm assuming she's hitting him with that little staff she has, which is pure metal. But it was sounding pretty freaking cute. I like the TM on the Snacko, though. Nice touch, nice touch. Did you have to go find a freaking TM, like, type thing at some point, or what? You did. Secret police, yep. Under the direct command of Minister of Justice Inga. Yeah, was a member of the police. Inga turned that once proud force into his own private army. Says someone with her own private army. He intended on using them to launch a coup and assassinate us. As much as it shames us to admit it, Khura'in is not the unified realm it would appear to be. You don't say. This fucking den of iniquity, this unfair ass kingdom is not what it appeared to be. Wow, you guys, did you suspect this? Be honest, did you suspect this? This is kind of a shock. This is kind of coming out of nowhere at me right now. We are truly sorry you've had to witness the dirty underbelly of our kingdom. Inga could not have become king simply through our assassination. Yeah, well, dude. Yeah, but you yourself have said he was using the Founder's Orb for that. Also, in our kingdom, only those that have spiritual power may become king. Fucking says who? The law? Because I'm pretty sure the law also says it's illegal to kill the queen. So if he's willing to break this law, he might be willing to break the law that says only someone with spiritual power can be king. He'll just be like, nah, fuck it. I'll be king. And they're going to be like, but you don't have spiritual power. And he'll be like, off with his head. You know, like, what do you mean? Oh, there's not some kind of divine thing going on where only those with spiritual power can physically become king. Simply not the case. Peace, love, and understanding. I do recall that motherfricker. He too was involved in Inga's machinations. Bought his loyalty, ordered the man to steal the orb, and covered up the theft. Send the orb to the US for Dr. Buff to study, yeah. I'm still sure she's actually the big bad. Capture of infamous villain Dark Sadmati may prove to be the crowning achievement of our reign. What a joyous day. Oh, wow. You and your fucking sycophants? That's not a great look, girl. Not a great look to have the sycophants. Could see how our cronies would be elated, yeah. Almost giddy for someone whose husband was just murdered. She is... Yep. The one in which Dark was accused of assassinating Queen Amara. He set fire to her private quarter. Says you. Where's the proof that he set the fire? Only a demon would be capable of such a heinous crime. What did you do before you were crowned queen? We served in many different governmental positions, longest of which was as the previous Minister of Justice. What's it with the Ministers of Justice and just fucking doing this? Also, if you were the Minister of Justice, were you the one that created the Defense Culpability Act? Because the Defense Culpability Act came into effect 23 years ago after Amara was killed, and Dark was made the guy that the scapegoat for it. But what was I gonna say? But the idea for the Defense Culpability Act was floating around. The murder only made it more... Oh, just a weird phone notification. The murder only made it more popular with the people. But before then, it was still sort of being floated around. So I'm assuming you're the one that invented it. We were best able to support our elder sister, Queen Amara. You passed the Defense Culpability Act. Tell me about that. What prompted you to pass something like the Defense Culpability Act? The assassination of our dear sister. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's completely destroy our whole fucking system of court just because your sister was killed. What the fuck? Also, Dark represented himself. There is no, like, heinous lawyer there that, like, you know, that was representing him that used underhanded tricks or anything. Was apprehended. He announced he would act as his own lawyer. Yeah. Dark had been an extraordinarily talented lawyer and highly esteemed by the people. He falsified evidence. Says who? Says who? But if it's familiar, it means he didn't actually falsify evidence. Should the people lose their faith in it, the kingdom would be shaken to its very core. But it's currently not working as intended either. Because of your stupid law. It has tumbled into the abyss, bestie. Since I showed up, I have saved 2 people at least from being killed. 2 innocent people from being killed by your legal system. That to me indicates that shit ain't working. That law is what made lawyers go extinct in your kingdom. Now there's no one left to defend those who have been accused. We see how you could take... How I could! Oh, how magnanimous. You see how I could take issue with... Go suck an egg, Garan. Holy shit. Those who are confident they can prove their client's innocence are always welcome to mount a vigorous defense. Okay. But this would not be so bad. If you want to do it on both sides. Like I said, the Prosecutorial Culpability Act. Trying to make someone be found guilty when they are innocent, that is obstruction of justice, attempted murder, aggravated because it's premeditated, It's also perjury. You lied in court. You said they did it and they didn't do it. We could just start stacking crimes on it, you know? And false charges being filed and prosecuted, yeah. As our prosecutors continue to run nothing but perfect trials, there needn't be fear of such nefarious dealings. But ever since I've been in this country for less than a month, girl. And every trial I've been in has been false charges. We have the divination seance, which again has been proven to be kind of flawed. I've been back false charges twice, and I found that cases built on the memories of the dead are less than perfect. So how do you reply to that? I take issue with the Defense Culpability Act, to say the least. Yes, yes, but don't giggle it and sort of pass it off. Answer. It is true, some feel the Defense Culpability Act is a necessary evil at best. That is putting it very nicely. It's a small sacrifice upon which the peace of our kingdom has been forged. It's not peace. It's paralyzing terror. Fact is that following its passage, crime rate here in Khura'in dropped markedly. Yeah, because it's not because it's a good law. It's because anyone that commits a crime, however little, is automatically guilty. Even if they didn't commit a crime, they're automatically... Everyone's fucking afraid. That's not a good system of government. We have no regrets concerning the enactment. Well, what about when I find you guilty? It was to be exchanged. It went missing after the murder. Would you happen to know anything about that? I'm sure Dark had it when he went into the tomb. There's the matter of that horned youth you were with. Yeah. May we assume him to be a relative? Perhaps your younger brother. He's Dark's son. Well, more like foster son. They're not actually related. You're gonna be like, bring him. Phoenix, you and your big fucking mouth. Phoenix just said, yeah, he's the son of the guy that you want to kill. Speak with the locals at the bazaar. I guess. My god, dude. Phoenix is a whole problem. Who's got a tiger out here? A lion. Caught me by surprise too when I first heard it. That's the cry. The warbat sounds like a lion? That's never come up before. Sounds like that. Yeah. Sounds like a beast and a bird. Birds are beasts, MFer. I'll protect them against predators and stuff. Are there lions here? I thought lions are exclusively in Africa, right? I mean, I guess this world is different, but also... It's more than unusual, is it? It's endangered. It's extremely rare to encounter one in the wild. So there's one right here, right? Maybe it's got something to do with it being their national bird. Startle, yeah, PW? What the hell was that? Did he just shoot a gun in the middle of the bazaar and then walk up? They find Dragon's newest weapon. I call these puppies Dragon Shot Snaps. Because their hard work is starting to pay off. Thanks to our TV signal hijacking, more and more people are joining the cause. Regime's been cracking down on us real tough, like, yeah. High Priest fake murder / suicide, which has really shown the Defense Culpability Act is terrible, yeah. How exactly is a handful of firecrackers going to be upheld? I supply them to our fellow rebels, then we use them as a diversion when we need to shake Garon's goons. So loud. That was priceless. Startled the warbed too, yeah. Uh-oh. Hey. You're one of those insurgents, are you not? He's gone. What can I do for you? Yeah. I wanted to speak with you. Are you gonna apologize? About what my mother said. Do not believe a word of it. My father could not have been planning a coup. Yeah, I don't think he was planning a coup. I think he was committing crimes. But I think your mom was behind it all. Someone must have been plotting against them. Because the Holy Mother guides me. Uh-huh. You're investigating this matter. Yes, I am. I shall accompany you and bestow upon you the royal priestess's wisdom. This girl just kind of likes hanging out with Phoenix, I think. We humbly accept, right? Yeah. Should be able to find some clues. She is a daddy's girl. Now follow me. Damn, she ran off. Okay. Nah, he definitely wasn't in full control of the whole affair. Is it royal residence? Yeah. Which of these buildings houses Inga's private quarters? It's gonna be this one, isn't it? That's where Inga's private quarters are. Yeah, there's water everywhere, yeah. Who's crying? Aw. Still so many things I wish to tell you. Yeah. Aw. You should have let her cry it out a little more. I see you're finally here. God, girl. You can cry, it's okay. Let us commence our investigation, shall we? You were eavesdropping on me, weren't you? Not on purpose. But yes, I was eavesdropping on you. And I think if you need to get your crying out, you can go ahead and do it. Because if your brain to mouth filter shuts off, yeah, it does kind of. Also, what do you mean? He has no filter in court either. That's kind of how he wins. He just says the first thing that pops to his mind. He just has good intuition. This was my father's residence. I've already unlocked it. You can go right in. Some dingbat dog got in the courtyard and spilled water over there. Yappy mutt spilled a whole iron's worth. Is it Shadow? It's not worth talking about. Let's search my father's room. Okay. There's so many locations. Sorry? Huh? The hair color thing from game 2? Was it called Je suis la belle? Wasn't it that brand? They've got the world turtle with a snake tail holding up the planet, which again, The world has the same shape. The world has the same shape. Also, a little syringe here. A chair that's looks like him. And then this. A lot of grape juice up above the bed. You cannot see it. A gemstone on top of the bed, similar to the one that he wears on his suit and to the one that was in the ash thingy. Okay. And of course this thing on the chair. Guy used to live here, yeah. Staff keeps getting in the way. She's not here. Normally, immediately this woman comes over, helps with whatever. Where did she go? Uh-oh. Is what? Hold this staff. Just take it. It's too heavy and I'm tired of holding it. Okay. I, the royal priestess, shall share my thoughts on the abduction. Okay. My father was very likely seeking to obtain the Founder's Orb. Okay, she's not denying that. Not for the purpose of a coup d'etat. It was for my sake. To give her more spiritual power. She hasn't been able to channel anyone. And I'm pretty sure she's never going to be able to. Because, again, I'm pretty sure they are not the real royal family. He wanted that power to be mine. I haven't finished my training and I still can't channel spirits. I do. It doesn't change the fact Minister Inga was a kidnapper. Yeah. You don't believe he is. Information is sure to surface upon further investigation. Wonder if Rafa will be performing the seance. Of course she will. But it is also like a good moment, you know? I think a good thing to say here would be, by the way, how you are feeling right now about your father is how the innocent people that you do the seances for and send them away feel. They know. They know they are innocent. You know, they know something's wrong. A miscarriage of justice is happening. They know it deep down in their hearts. But the system is labeling them one way. Yeah. I know not where she has gone. She just kind of disappeared. You must be quite busy today. Did catch a glimpse of her a little after 2 o'clock. She went off somewhere again. Normally comes to me the moment I call her name. Is she the real killer somehow? Wonder if her absence is related to today's incidents. I don't think she was at the scene of the crime. No, I think maybe she was. Maybe she was like a secret agent. Who else if not I? Yeah, what victims experienced, and he was stabbed in the back. That is true, and will experience her own father's death exactly as it happened. There's no one else? What about just calling the whole thing off? It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to. Yeah. Never mind, I misspoke. Damn. To rule this kingdom, that means there will be many things you alone must determine. She has a job to do, and it's not easy. She'll be forced to watch her father's murder. At least he was stabbed from the back, so hopefully nothing too graphic. Served you long. She's been in my beck and call for as long as I remember. So at least, let's say 11 years, but maybe longer. I've heard she even cared for me as an infant, right down to changing my diapers. Okay, so at least 12 years. 13 to 14 years. Indeed, but that is a simple fact of life, and your mother is busy being queen. She's my teacher in all things. Okay. It'd be my trusted attendant has come to dislike me. I'm sure she'll be back. I'll do something nice for her. Perhaps she'd like a shoulder massage. Aw. Alright, let's examine this place. First of all, what the fuck with the Je suis la belle hairspray? Never thought I'd see this brand again. Maybe you could use it. Damn. The world turtle. Appear to be paperwork for executions. Something is rotten in the kingdom of Khura'in. Yeah. The queen is all like, oh, the crime has gone way down. Nuh-uh. If you count the government executing someone as a crime, I'm sure it's gone way up. You're just taking on all the murdering yourself. Simply kept putting them off because he hated doing the paperwork. No, but 5 years ago is important. 5 years ago is when Nayuta first joined. So I bet it's like someone Nayuta cares about or something like that is being held for execution. But as long as Nayuta does whatever they say, they won't actually be executed. Something like that. This is a stamp? Ink pad for the stamp, yeah. You really have to mark everything. Yeah, like a kid with his underwear. Yeah, the mud outside. Means they're at least several hours old. Yeah. Here in Khura'in, we have a saying, leave not today's untidiness to tomorrow. What's with the drugs? The little sort of rubber thing as well makes me think it's for tying the arm so you can... the vein pops and you can access it easier. For my father's back pain, he said it really helped when the pain was particularly unbearable. Yeah, some sort of painkiller directly into his back. The little rubber hose makes me think into his veins. Some pretty severe back pain of my own. Why don't you take a vial? Your body builds up tolerance to that sort of thing. Yeah, I think maybe he was a user. To a chiropractor, those are not great, I don't think. Yeah. Let's see. Nana. Purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. Dark, long hair, eye patch, blue clothes. Phoenix Wright, spiky hair, blue clothes, pink necktie. Spiky hair, blue clothes, pink glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead. It's... talks about everything except facial features like eye color and etc. I wonder if he has like that one thing where you can't recognize people's faces. I forget what that's called. It's like facial, I mean face blindness, but it has another name. It has another name. It's like a thing where like it's just your brain can't take individual features of a person's face and construct sort of, yeah, whatever that is. I'm gonna assume that's what that is called. But yeah, people's most prominent characteristics, yeah. I'm afraid even I can't answer that. Okay. He was taking that description of people over the phone. Or that, maybe. Zero escape. Oh, okay. I commend you. Oh my god, stop kissing ass of prosecutors. Zero escape. I don't know what zero escape is. Wait, no. Zero escape? Do I know about that? I bother describing Nada, who he must have seen every day. Exactly. This little chair back, which seems like... No wonder he has back pain, dude. Stiff ass chair back with the 4 gems protruding right into the small of your back. Chair looks like it was modeled after English suit jacket. Yeah. Escape room visual novel. Oh boy. I'm gonna put it in the back burner, I guess. I'm not gonna do visual novels for a bit after this. Third game's got a fuck-ass story, though. Oh, you mean just like this? Just like this trilogy? Backrest even has those fancy buttons. Mm-hmm. And he served to massage the pressure points on his back. Okay. There's the bed. There's this fucking eyesore of a statue. Holy. Oh, he sculpted it himself from a block of solid gold. Pretty detailed. He even included that personal stamp. Stamp's a little loose. Oh? Oh. There's a secret safe. You'll need the combination. You can just start trying. 0, 0, 0, 0, and just keep going. Any idea what the combination might be? Try some dates and see what happens. What date Inga would use as a combination? The date the DC Act was enacted? His parents' anniversary? Maybe, but I mean, we don't know that. Rafa's birthday could be. But it could be either this or this, depending on what he considers to be his biggest achievement. I'm gonna start with the DC Act date. Nana's not here. But Edgeworth knows. June 14th. Alright, Rafa's birthday. December 24th. Christmas Eve? Oh my god, December 24th. That day keeps cropping up in my trials, huh? That was it. Looks like the bottom safe was a fake. Rendered quite ineffective, but this uses such an easily guessed combination. That is true. Let's look at the friggin' document. Like a letter or something. Dear father, wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Oh, are they letters from Rafa? You're always so kind, and I love you very much. I hope you live to be 100 years old. Love, Rafa. When I was 8 years old. Yeah, some other papers in here. Once I poison the queen, the throne will be mine. The spiritual power I'll obtain from the treasure will back up my claim. In the meantime, the secret police are to keep a close watch on Garan. But why would he write it down so incriminatingly? Yeah. Just like, BRB, gonna write down what I intend to do criminally and put it somewhere only I would reasonably have access to. Yeah. Aw, there's a photo in here too. That's the old queen. Woman and the baby. That's Dark's law book. Which means this is Prosecutor Sadmati. This certainly. The far left, there's a law book with the mark of the Defiant Dragon. Why was that such a big shock? That's Queen Amara, right? How can I be alright? About digital roots? Digital roots? Can I ask who the woman is? Fucking Queen Amara, dude. Keep up. Seems I didn't know anything that was going on. I must ask my mother about the secret she's hiding. Oh. If Queen Amara had a child, Queen Amara's child should have been the one to inherit the throne. Not her. Got it. I got it. But, so like the rightful king is Prosecutor Sadmati, but also it's a matrilineal inheritance thing. So maybe it would just be the sister. It kind of follows you need to be a woman you need to be a queen, not a king. Unless Nayuta is secretly a woman. But not with Matt Mercer's voice lines, presumably. Wonder who the lady in this picture is. Oh, that's the dog that knocked everything over. I wonder what's afoot. It's the thing that's after your ankle. Uh-oh. Hope one of you has a good explanation for this. That's so fucking precious, Edgeworth. Hey, Albie, what's up? Frilly thingamajig. His cravat, you mean? Would kindly detach your dog from my cravat, yeah. Just hold still, and... ta-da! He only stretched the fabric. But canonically, he always carries a spare cravat. So this one can get ruined. 3. Oh no. I need air. Oh, Edgeworth is killed all of a sudden. Are you trying to kill me? Aw. My dog has a habit of attacking frilly things like that. Snuck in here again today and stole some weird looking hat. That is not Rafa's. What's the fucking lady's name? Nana. I don't know what to do anymore. Bad dog. You're a very bad dog. There it is. The big friggin' bowl. Swiped it. Allow me to explain. It all started when we were on a walk through the bazaar today. Suddenly, Dots popped out of a manhole. As he does. It is not a great entry and exit spot. It is very fucking central to town, isn't it? The fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's a rebel is here. Hey, you want to join our cause, kid? Just randomly recruiting. Super startled by that weird sudden appearance. Sure. Dog of the Garon regime. Find dragon's secret weapon. Dragon snot snaps. Oh, okay. Snot snaps. Oh no. Dad's is kind of an asshole, honestly. He has his moments, but he's kind of an asshole. Spooked Shadow and he ran off. Oh no. I'll teach you, Garan's lapdog. He just came out of the friggin' ground and started bullying a kid and his dog. Around 2 p.m., which is before the murder. Chased right after Shadow, and when I finally caught up to him here in the palace courtyard, he had this in his mouth. An hour before the death, which is when... but this is when Rafa last saw her, around 2. Saw something pretty amazing. What did you see that was so amazing? Saw her and his Queen Garan channeling a spirit. You bet it is. Commoners are never allowed to behold the sacred rite. I believe it was around 2:10 p.m. today. Okay. Ended up in the audience room. Took a peek into a small room, and that's when I saw Queen Garan. She was channeling a spirit for a neighboring kingdom's king. She transformed. I had to take a picture of it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Here's a copy of the picture. Okay. Oh, but this is before she transformed. So really, all it really can tell us is about the outfit, right? She was wearing. How did you and Shadow get into the royal residence? Okay. There's a way to get into the palace from the bazaar. It's quite a bit of a tight squeeze. Part of the palace wall is damaged, and there's a hole I can just make it through. There's some really tasty food here. It's not like that. I didn't mean any harm. I want to help change this kingdom. After being put on trial that one time, you were kind of like, yeah. Oh, after her trial. Maybe there was something I could do to help the revolution too. There's been other ways to cover up the crime. She would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. The trial also caused the public to start questioning the current state of things, which is crazy. It took 23 years. I suppose there is a whole rebel group. So it's not like the public hasn't been questioning it. They've been very vocally questioning it. But that's when I remembered the hole in the palace wall and started thinking maybe I could sneak in and take a picture of one of the royals up to no good. Yeah. The momentum is steadily building and the tipping point is fast approaching. The revolution will happen. You can't go trespassing even if it's for a good cause. Yeah, Albie. You can't change a regime by breaking laws. They're just gonna fix themselves if you protest strongly enough. Trust. You haven't been up to any other mischief. And when I say you, I mean Shadow. toppling over the... Sorry? The proof is literally in front of us. The toppled thing? Wouldn't happen to know how this urn got knocked over, would you? Because some dog... That's right, the yappy mud spilled a whole urn's worth. Sorry I lied, but I was worried I'd get in trouble. Not good to lie to anyone, yeah. I almost forgot, I saw a couple of Americans. I thought they might be friends of yours. Yeah, Apollo and Athena? What was that? That woke me the fuck up. Did you guys hear that? Huh? Was that just on my headphones end, or was that fully everywhere? What the fuck? So the stream didn't freeze, did it? Sorry. No, it did not freeze. Okay, okay. Thank goodness. What did their hair look like? Guy with 2 crops of hair sticking out of his forehead. Lady with a long bunch of hair looked like a big orange spider leg. Yeah. They were racing through the bazaar with the Grand Royal Guard in hot pursuit. Because you told the queen Apollo is fucking Dark's son. So he's about to get fucking turbo nuked. I bet the queen thinks he is Dark's biological son and therefore the one who is fit to inherit the crown. But no, Nayuta literally shares his last name. It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy, right? Save current progress. Yes. Yes, save current progress. And as sad as it makes me, I might need to call it here. I am literally falling asleep at the wheel. So let's do Apollo's Narrow Escape and onwards tomorrow, and hopefully we can finish the whole thing. We're going to be starting at around about the same time we started today, so like 4:30 p.m. Pacific. I can start a little earlier because I've just got a bit of work to do, but then I'm kind of done with responsibilities these days. Let's us raid 2. Let's go out to Doug Dingus. Playing Lost Judgment. Doug Dingus's stream titles always fucking get me. Always get me. Slurping his meat stick like it's lo mein. He creamed so hard he did the Macarena. What the hell are you playing, Doug Dingus? But also, I'm kind of curious, and I bet so are you. So let's go over there, and yeah, back again tomorrow, same time as today-ish, so 4:30 p.m. And we're just gonna do one big push and finish it off, all right? Thank you very much for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye.